Hi there, this is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and if you can believe it, it's time to talk about our summer solstice and Cancer season. So let's dive into the ocean. This Cancer season sees us moving through some very interesting transits. First and foremost, we'll have the Sun, Mercury, and Venus all moving through Cancer together and moving into square the North Node in Aries. We have been experiencing some nodal connections here in Gemini. We've had the planets moving through a sextile to the nodes, which is a gentle kind of affirmative nod. If we're paying attention, we can maybe in this Gemini time see where we've made some strides toward what we've been pushing ourselves to initiate and stick with in terms of fully initiating it. So with these squares now showing up as we move through Cancer season, we will see ourselves somewhat at a crossroads. We were on the other side of these squares back in Capricorn season. And so now 6 months later, we see ourselves with perhaps new pathways and crossroads connected to some of what we were exploring at that time during Capricorn season. And that North Node in Aries is currently being ruled by Mars in Taurus. Mars will be moving through Taurus for pretty much this entire Cancer season. Mars will be moving into Gemini right there at the end. And so for these several weeks, we'll have Mars in its kind of slower pace, feeling much more rooted in embodiment, maybe taking a little more time to feel momentum build up, but feeling a bit secure and stable in that slower pace that it's taking. During this Cancer season, we'll see not one, but 2 Capricorn full moons. We will start off Cancer season right away with a full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree, baby moon. And right at the end of Cancer season, we'll have a second full moon at 29 degrees. Okay, so we'll see 2 kind of big culmination points happening here in this Capricorn part of your chart. We will see Saturn station retrograde at 19 degrees of Pisces, as well as Neptune stationing retrograde at 29 degrees of Pisces. And at the end of Gemini season, we felt all of those planets moving through the waves of Neptune in the squares to Neptune. This season we'll see trines to both Saturn and Neptune. And if you've been feeling really, kind of like on the edge of it all, we can thank Neptune, who is just teetering there right at the edge of the entire zodiac. We'll also see Mercury make its way into its next retrograde shadow. So right towards the end of Cancer season, we'll see Mercury in Leo starting to enter that those degrees in Leo in which it will be stationing retrograde and making its way back in time. And with us now back on the cardinal axis, we'll also be having squares to Chiron all season. Okay, so we're back on our BS now. We are back in the ring with some of our most tender baby wounds. We are getting a check-in, perhaps, around how we've been navigating those things. And really, we might see some of the stories that originated for us when the North Node made a conjunction to Chiron, now starting to show us what that conjunction was asking for or was awakening within us. We might see ourselves starting to choose actively in our day-to-day lives what it is we need now in order to bring further care into those wounds in Cancer. All right, let's get a look at the transits one by one and get a sense of what we'll be moving through. So Cancer season starts on Thursday the 20th. We see our summer solstice and the longest day of the year. right away on Friday the 29th, we see our full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree. So like I said, this will be the first of 2 Capricorn full moons. And at this first Capricorn full moon, we see Mercury in Cancer making a sextile to Mars in Taurus at 9 degrees. Both Cancer and Taurus are about comfort, all right? These are early signs that have to do with how we form a sense of self around what it is that brings us pleasure, that brings us a sense of coziness and home. So at this full moon, we may be getting a sense of what those kind of cozy comforts look like at this time. We might be getting a sense of how we can think about and identify what it is we are calling in at this time in terms of pleasure, embodiment, and comfort and nurturance, and finding ways to act to bring those to ourselves. On Saturday the 22nd, we see Mercury being the first planet to make its way into that square I mentioned to the North Node in Aries. So this is right after Mercury has had this conversation with Mars ruling the North Node at 9 degrees of Taurus. Mars in Taurus can't see the North Node in Aries right now, but Mercury sure can. And since Mercury has had this conversation with Mars, Mercury is primed to make this choice here this next day, these hours later, in terms of what it is we are choosing. With Mars providing us with intel about how we need to be pacing ourselves right now, thinking about how Mars is technically in its sign of detriment, it needs a little more time before it can just jump into things. It needs to feel secure, right? And we can see why Mars doesn't love to wait for that. But Mercury making this square to the nodes, having us enter this first crossroads, right, before us, which way will I choose? Will I choose toward the North Node and decide to leave the South Node behind, or will I go back to the South Node, right? So if we are going back to the South Node, that means that we are sticking with what has been familiar, and we are probably making some sort of compromise with someone else. Thinking about this from the sign of Cancer, Cancer is about reciprocal care, and there's something unique in Cancer in that it is a cardinal sign and it wants to initiate, but it also needs the presence of another in order to catalyze that initiation. There are similarities to Libra there, right? We have these sort of dual symbols in Cancer and in Libra. So there is certainly the consideration of the other, and that can be contradictory. So in the choices that we're called to make here, we might be called to what feels familiar. Cancer does not like to be vulnerable when it fears risking something, risking losing its kind of protective shell, right? Now, don't get me wrong, a crab will fight you, right? So, but if it can remain comfortable and contained, it will choose to do so. So we might be tempted to go back to what's familiar and therefore default to that South Node in Libra. If we can listen to that conversation with Mars, if we can trust that what Mars is telling us right now is to slow down, is to allow ourselves to feel embodied first before we leap into action, we might be compelled to choose something that is better for us and actually aligns with some of those values we just outlined. What if we did approach things from a place of being embodied first and then tending to someone else, rather than hoping that we can tend to someone else first and then get exactly what we need from them in return? Things to think about this Cancer season. Things get a little quiet after this Mercury square taking place on Saturday, as we have no major aspects until the following Wednesday, June the 22nd, when Venus then comes in from Cancer and makes the same square to the Aries North Node, now at 11 degrees. Now, this is where we see Venus walking into the square while ruling the South Node. This might be a little more advantageous for us moving forward and trusting that moving forward. This is nice too because Venus from Cancer is ruling Mars in Taurus, who just had that conversation with Mercury right before Mercury walked into that square. And with Venus ruling the South Node while squaring it, Venus has an advantageous position of letting go, right? And so again, Venus may be inclined to hold on to what feels nostalgic. That's another Cancer keyword here. And we may be kind of we may feel tugs on our heartstrings here in terms of what it is we are really letting go of and how maybe attached we've been to that. Something to think about too is that as this particular square is happening for Venus and the North and South nodes, the moon will be in Pisces, ruling over Cancer, right? And that's some of the fun of Cancer season, is that every day can be a little different depending on where the moon is. So the moon in Pisces is moving through Venus's favorite sign, and the moon will come in and make a trine to Venus as this square to the nodes is happening. The moon in Pisces can also be very nostalgic, can be very romantic, can really idealize. This might be tricky for us if we're trying to move into something that is very different and bold. Things to consider as we move through Cancer season. This is the same day that Mercury in Cancer makes a trine to Saturn in Pisces at 19 degrees. And this is Saturn's final conversation before stationing retrograde later in the week. So, something about the changes perhaps that we make today, if we choose to veer toward the Aries North Node rather than back around the familiar pathway to the Libra South Node, what we choose stands to bear some permanence moving forward. Mercury, our mind, and how we communicate, making this trine to Saturn, who is implanting and helping us build these deeper connections to purpose and foundation now, have us making some plans that bear to be kind of built into the foundation as we move forward from here. This also means that if we choose to go back to that Libra South Node, that permanence also will be a consequence. On Friday the 28th, we have Mercury making a square to Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. This is also the same day as our third quarter moon in Aries at 7 degrees. And we see Venus in Cancer making a sextile to Mars in Taurus that it is ruling at 14 degrees. Perhaps what we navigate as Venus squares the nodes and Mercury makes a trine to Saturn brings us to some sort of recognition around where we have thought lowly of ourselves, or where we've perhaps judged ourselves for some perceived or real failure we've experienced. Maybe we find ourselves wishing we had received some care at that time, and we might be able to give that to ourselves now. Weaving in this third quarter moon sees where we might be ready to let go of something that has been standing in our pathway. And I say that because at 7 degrees of Aries, this moon is awfully close to the North Node now at 10, 11 degrees. So this third quarter moon sees where we're trying to go in that North Node, and as a third quarter is ready to pull apart what's no longer working. Venus in Cancer making the sextile to Mars in Taurus helps us emphasize some of that first conversation that Mercury had with Mars earlier in the week, in terms of getting clear on where we need to allow ourselves to slow down, what kind of creature comforts we need to give ourselves access to in order to be able to feel rooted in ourselves and therefore show up for others who need from us. We might see ourselves being hopefully willing to end some patterns in this moon that have us still tethered to overgiving or giving in such a capacity that it creates resentment within us. On Saturday the 29th, we see Saturn station retrograde in Pisces at 19 degrees. Saturn will be retrograde through the whole summer. We'll see Saturn station direct in the fall, and so for this time we are pulled into a bit of retrospection about what it is that we've been building, about what is permanent. And with that in mind, we might think back to that trine that Mercury made to Saturn as that final conversation And we might think about how Saturn is going to be considering what those plans are and what we might need to go back and undo or uncommit to in order to be able to build space in now for what we are choosing here in Cancer season. On the same day, Mercury in Cancer makes a sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees. We might be feeling innovative here. With Saturn moving at its slowest, we might not feel the traditional markers of progress that we're used to. And we might feel a little bit panicked or frustrated in the sense of, what am I doing here? Mercury making this sextile to Uranus brings some innovation, brings new ideas, and it might be that with Saturn moving so slowly, we can actually weave in some new concepts here. We can weave in some new approaches, and we might find that what it is we are uncommitting to allows us to weave in new ways of thinking and being. On Tuesday, July 2nd, we see Neptune stationing retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. So we've got back-to-back retrogrades with no major transits between. This might feel like a very groggy time. Neptune's station will be the strongest of this energy for us. So we might feel really foggy, really cloudy. We might feel ourselves drifting into a more spiritual, religious place. We might find ourselves really wanting to explore fantasy. We may feel some urges to escape. And if there are lots of feelings coming up around the Saturn retrograde where we don't feel like we're seeing tangible results just yet, we may feel a sense of despair or hopelessness with the Neptune retrograde, and we might feel like nothing's going to come to fruition. So I encourage you in this time to allow yourself to drift into maybe some daydreaming, into some creative work, into some mystical work if you are so inclined, maybe exploring astrology, reading some fantasy, working with your tarot deck, shifting out of the need for tangible result at this time and allowing yourself a little bit of like a chrysalis hanged one moment. Right after Neptune stations retrograde at 29 degrees, on the same day, Mercury in Cancer moves through and makes a trine to Neptune, really ramping up the energy of drifting, okay? If our mind is walking through that fog, we're gonna need a moment to just let it pass. This does mean that we are much more inclined to seek creativity and perhaps fantasy or escape of some means, be it healthy or unhealthy. Mercury then moves into Leo, and as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Mercury will be spending an extended time here in Leo as it will be entering its retrograde shadow later in the season. On this same day, the Sun in Cancer makes a square to that North Node in Aries at 10 degrees now. Kind of wonky that we would have the Sun, our sense of self and who we are becoming each day, making a square to this North Node, which we know is urging us to choose a pathway toward our soul's purpose on a day that we feel spiritually drunk. However, we could perhaps see this as an advantage if we are less inclined to think about the tangible results that we are looking for with Saturn moving so slowly. Perhaps we can allow this Neptunian energy to kind of show us how to transcend the here and now and zoom out a bit and see what else is possible. It might be that with this kind of drifting out of the real on this day, that we're able to release some of what we've been connected to in the past. On the same day, Venus in Cancer makes a trine to newly retrograde Saturn in Pisces at 19 degrees. So we have another extension of that Saturn conversation we saw open up with Mercury. However, it is now Saturn retrograde. And so we might be kind of tracing back some of our steps and getting a sense of what resources we need for these long-term plans. Venus still ruling the South Node may see us than releasing something we've been committed to in the past in order to make space for the resources we will need to welcome in moving toward this Aries North Node. Here in the States, the 4th of July, America's birthday, will be rife with tension as the day before, Wednesday the 3rd, we have Mercury newly in Leo making an opposition to Pluto retrograde in Aquarius at 1 degree. Doesn't this just feel appropriate for a time where America is experiencing one of its deepest periods of divide and unrest at the state of the world we live in? Get ready for lots of debates, lots of heated hot takes, lots of big feelings, and lots of undermining assumptions and accusations when we see Mercury making an opposition to Pluto, which will have us confronted by or confronting where we understand power to be and exist and thrive at this time. We might feel that we are being personally attacked in some way, with Mercury in Leo being very much the sign of the self, and Pluto in Aquarius being very much the sign of the people, the powers that be, the legislation I live under, the framework of our country and our laws. On Friday the 5th, we see our new moon in Cancer at 14 degrees. This is the same day that Mars in Taurus makes a sextile to Saturn retrograde in Pisces at 19 degrees. This is also the day that Venus in Cancer makes a square to Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. So we have a bit of a spicy time, and it's also maybe a cathartic moving into something healthy. With Mars making a sextile to Saturn, we see some of Venus's conversation extended. Venus is ruling Mars, right? And so we had that trine from Venus before. We now have Mars coming in for, again, that kind of gentle assist. We might be able to take steps toward acquiring those resources that Venus identified were needed for some of our long-term plans in that trine before. We may see ourselves able to take some steps toward that long-term, perhaps signing some contracts or putting down some sort of effort that demonstrates that we are committing to something long-term. Whatever that commitment looks like between Mars and Saturn might be geared towards protecting ourselves or resolving some long outstanding pain or trouble we've been experiencing, as Venus ruling that Mars will be squaring Chiron on this day. So we had Mercury come through here and make this square the week before. We have had these tensions, these tender parts of ourselves on our mind recently, and this may be where we're able to start bringing resources or care toward those wounds. We may be able to provide ourselves with some form of nurturance at this time that allows us to release something that's been kind of aching or throbbing within us. And with all of this taking place at the new moon, we have a beautiful opportunity to begin a new cycle here in Cancer. The sun and moon here aligned, being ruled by the moon, we might be able to bring in something much more intuitively aligned for ourselves, much more emotionally fulfilling, where we are in a place of clarity in being able to communicate with those we love about what is needed between us. I'll add too that this new moon at 14 degrees will also be square the nodes, which are now at 10 degrees. Which means more choices are coming through to the forefront here at this new moon. If we are able to choose the new and release what maybe brought us into those Chiron conflicts, or what nature of relationship we had surrounding those Chiron conflicts, we might be able to begin a cycle of care that really transcends what we've been able to both receive and give in the past. On Monday the 8th, we see Venus in Cancer make a sextile to Uranus in Taurus at 26 degrees. So Mercury came through here before and saw us getting creative, getting innovative as Saturn was stationing retrograde. Now we see Venus coming through, and with Venus ruling Uranus, perhaps we're able to cash in on some of those new ideas, some of those innovations that we came across before. We might be able to connect with new people, network in some way that allows us access to new spaces or new opportunities. This is especially true as we see on the same day Mercury in Leo making a sextile to Jupiter in Gemini at 9 degrees. We know Jupiter traditionally to be the sort of king of opportunity, and with Mercury ruling, there's a flavor of, pay up Jupiter, it's time for you to bring me those favors you talked about. Mercury here on the same day makes a trine from Leo to the North Node in Aries at 10 degrees. So now we start to see where some of these choices we've perhaps put into motion are starting to line up with what we've desired here with the North Node in Aries. What we're planning, what we are sort of thinking about and moving through at this time sees us making connections to what that kind of purpose looks like at this time. On Tuesday the 9th, we see Jupiter in Gemini come through and make that sextile to the North Node in Aries at 10 degrees. So Mercury calls in Jupiter for those favors, and those favors arrive somewhat imminently. So we might see ourselves stepping into new roles, new opportunities. We might see ourselves taking on some sort of educational pursuit in some way that allows us to somehow further our access or our journey with this North Node. On Wednesday the 10th, we see the Sun in Cancer make a trine to Saturn retrograde in Pisces at 19 degrees. So last but certainly not least, our sense of self then comes through and perhaps integrates some of what Saturn is asking us to consider deconstructing now. Perhaps that is standing in our way, or we've been hesitating around, that somehow involves what it is that we are working toward in the long term. On Thursday the 11th, we see Venus in Cancer make that trine to Neptune retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees and promptly move into Leo to join Mercury. So we might find ourselves really, again, kind of drifting off into some creative spaces. Venus, rather than Mercury, might be much more about the people we're connected with and the activities we're involved in, or perhaps like the experiences we are having. Perhaps this is a day where we kind of indulge our senses a bit. We might indulge in some fantasy with people we love. We might take in some art at a museum or go see a movie marathon. We might spend some time luxuriating in the sun, right? It is summer after all, and so this might be where we want to kind of play hooky a little bit and just like live in the freedom that we can create in our minds. On Friday the 12th, Venus, newly in Leo, walks into the same opposition to Pluto in Aquarius at 1 degree. All right, so Venus is now in Leo. Venus might feel a bit attacked also. We might be in a place where we are confronted by how we relate to other people. Who has the upper hand in this conversation? Who has more money or a higher value, right? And what does that mean about how we are able to relate and connect and collaborate at this time? We might experience this as anxiety. Am I okay to be this person when the world is what it is right now? Is it okay to be myself at a time when so many other people are suffering and experiencing pain? There are definitely layers to the individual and collective impact that this might be reflecting to us. On Monday the 15th, we see the Sun in Cancer make a square to Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. This is notable because it's the same day that Mars in Taurus will make a conjunction to Uranus at 26 degrees. When we see Mars and Uranus get together, you better buckle your pants, buddy. It's about to get wild. All bets are off when Mars and Uranus meet. There might be explosive energy now. This can be positive or negative, obviously. We might find ourselves really motivated to get something done in a way that we haven't been connected to in some time. We might find ourselves popping off about something that's been slowly simmering on the back burner. With the sun making a square to Chiron, we will be activated. We might even be downright triggered. We'll need to be mindful on this day. We'll need to take inventory of what wounds are coming up and whose fault they are. And that's a really loaded thing, right? There are lots of scenarios in which we get caught up on who started it and whose fault it is. And you're the reason I'm like this, or I couldn't help it. And it might be important to remember the agency that we have in the present moment so that we don't get so caught up in the way that things have impacted us in the past, which is very Cancer season. On Tuesday, July 16th, we see Mercury enter into its retrograde shadow at 21 degrees of Leo. Okay, so this means that 21 degrees of Leo is where Mercury will be stationing direct at the end of its retrograde. So Mercury will continue to progress into Virgo, where it will then eventually station retrograde. It will come back to this 21st degree of Leo. And so things that begin to happen moving forward from this day might all be ripe for Mercury's retrograde. Keep an eye out. On Thursday the 18th, the Sun in Cancer comes in and makes that same sextile to Uranus at 26 degrees of Taurus. So this is where we might be integrating who we've been kind of becoming and what we've been downloading in the background. This might be where we start to suddenly find ourselves comfortable stepping into some of the changes that we've been ruminating about or hoping to set into motion. We might also get a sense of what sort of innovative ways we can start to show up for ourselves that allow ourselves to show up for others. On the same day, Mercury in Leo makes a trine to Chiron in Aries at 23 degrees. So, remembering that this is part of Mercury's retrograde shadow, this will be part of what Mercury comes back to revisit while it is retrograde. So, I would keep an eye out here and just pay attention to what comes up. We've moved out of the squares and now we're in a trine. So Mercury is able to have a harmonious conversation with Chiron and maybe just get some feelers about what's going to feel good for us in the present moment moving forward. What are we moving away from? What is wounding us still? And how can we act on that in a way that allows us to reclaim our sense of self? This will be the first of 3 trines. So again, take note of what comes up here. Don't necessarily feel like you have to act on it right away. Just be able and willing to take inventory. On Friday the 19th, Venus Day, we see Venus in Leo make a trine to the North Node in Aries, now at 9 degrees. Okay, so remembering that Venus is ruling the South Node. Venus can see the South Node in Libra here from Leo. They're making one of those gentle sextiles I mentioned earlier. And so Venus here has more capacity to continue releasing what we have been moving away from and letting go of, what those compromises are. Remembering this is very close to the degree where Venus stationed direct in Leo last summer. And in fact, we will have a new moon in Leo at this degree as well. We'll talk about that during Leo season, but keeping in mind that Venus is still acting on all those things that she had to move through last summer. We're not done yet. It's not necessarily that there's more work to be done. It's more that we're now finally seeing why all those things came up and why we were right to pursue the path that we did. On Saturday the 20th, we see Mars in Taurus making a sextile to Neptune retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees before it moves into Gemini. So this might see us acting in ways that are more spiritual than typical. This may see us a little more graceful than usual. This may see us kind of reaching out and giving to someone in a new way or experiencing something enlightening. Sunday the 21st is our last full day of Cancer season, and it is our final full moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees. On this same day, we see Venus in Leo making a sextile to Jupiter in Gemini at 12 degrees. Mercury in Leo square Uranus in Taurus at 26 degrees, part 1. The Sun in Cancer making a trine to Neptune retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. And Mars in Gemini making a trine to Pluto in Aquarius retrograde at 0 degrees. This is some big energy, y'all. Let's break this down. Now, we'll talk about this in full in that full moon video. But know that this is a pretty action-packed day. And since it's the second full moon in Capricorn, we might be ready to release, ready to address, ready to embrace some things that came up for us initially at that first full moon at the beginning of the season. Venus making a sextile to Jupiter is a lot of benevolent energy. We might see ourselves connecting with people in a way that opens doors. We might see ourselves reconciling or celebrating things with people. It is wedding season here in the States. This might be a time of just abundant celebration, especially with the Sun also making this trine to Neptune, which has a very transcendent energy. There's a lot of spirituality, a lot of kind of heavenly energy, if you will, and just a lot of really beautiful emotion. Mercury square Uranus, however, certainly poses some sort of threat or throws a wrench in these plans, especially considering that Mercury is the one ruling Jupiter. Mercury square Uranus gives sudden change of plans. I know I said wedding a minute ago, and my first thought just now was, is somebody going to left at the altar? It's giving rain on your wedding day. It's giving stop the wedding, I'm here to claim you. Just really running with the wedding narrative here now. This metaphor is just too strong. There is a surprise element as part of this full moon. Remembering again that this is part 1 and that Mercury will come through and make this square 2 more times before we have the full picture. There may be something coming up at this full moon that awakens us to something that we need to unravel and unpack over the next several weeks. Mars making a trine to Pluto is a good sign of gaining a sense of understanding, of being flexible in what power looks like, in beginning a journey at 0 degrees of curiosity around what power means to us at this time, what new definitions we're currently working on, and how we're going to start to experiment with those over the next several weeks. So even though there's something disruptive in this energy, there's also something we're able to claim here. There's also something that we're able to maybe step into and embrace in some way that we might not have been able to before. Okay, we've broken down the highlights of Cancer season. We will now go ahead and focus on our tarot portion of today's entertainment. We will take a look at the Strength card, our card of the year, and we will pair it with the Chariot card, which is the card for Cancer season. This is also a nice check-in point as we are halfway through the year in terms of looking at what this Strength year looks like so far, as well as what lessons we might be carrying over from the Chariot year, which preceded it. We'll then go through all of the rising signs and pull cards to get a sense of what themes are being opened up and awakened for you over the course of this Cancer season. So, stay tuned. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So, this season, Cancer season, we are working with the Chariot, which you may recall was the card we were also collectively working with last year. So last year was a Chariot year, this year is a Strength year. Those cards, of course, are in a sequence. And so we will review some of what we explored at the beginning of the year. I did a little, let's talk about how we transition from the Chariot year into the Strength year at the beginning of the year. So let's review a little bit of that. Both of these cards have to do with kind of dual processes, and yet there's sort of both and, all right? So there's duality and then there's beyond duality, right? So here in this part of the major arcana, we are starting to recognize some of our like dual processes and getting a sense of how we connect with them, what our relationship with them currently looks like. So in the Chariot, Cancer, we are thinking about, I always think about what Jung says about Cancer, and that there's a journey that we have when we are in the womb, and there is us as baby, and then there is a placenta. And it is something of our equal. It is equal to us in size, and it helps us filter out our waste, right? So in the womb, we are baby, we have a mass, a being that is the same size as us that Jung calls the original shadow, right? And so this part of ourselves, we don't necessarily think much of. It is happening in the background. It is filtering out waste. It is helping us remain healthy. And it is one of those initial processes that connects with our intuition. What do I filter out? What do I hold on to? This kind of connects us with our sense of drive and motivation. If I'm filtering all of these things out, then I'm able to continue moving forward. When I don't filter these things out, they remain, they stay, and they have a hand on the wheel. So we learn in the Chariot how to process the waste that we're currently navigating so that we can be clear of it, so it is no longer controlling where we're going. This journey deepens in strength, where we move from that sort of theme of shadow self and filtration into instinct and intuition. So if this helps us build our intuition, this is where our intuition then becomes an equal player with our instincts. Does our mind overshadow our gut? Do we react impulsively without thinking things through? Okay, so over the course of this season, we'll be exploring how these processes are functioning together, and perhaps where the Chariot work is allowing us to then shift into the development of our intuition, into understanding our intuition and the role that it plays alongside our instincts. Okay, so what might this look like? You might recall some of, if you've been watching, if you've been tuning in for a while, you may have done some reviewing at the beginning of this year around the Chariot, around some of what those lessons were for you over the course of last year, what you needed to be filtering out. I'm thinking about how we had the High Priestess reversed at our Taurus new moon, and that was sort of an invitation to reconnect with our intuition, to listen to what we hadn't been paying attention to. Perhaps we reached a level, a cycle with this Chariot card as the year ended last, and now we have a new cycle or a new assessment of what of this filtration still needs to occur, or where we need to cycle back to our filtration systems and get a sense of where we can clear those up now to understand what's pulling us in different directions, right? Here's where we want to go, and here's the part of me that's ready to go there, and then here's the part of me that's pulling me in an opposite direction. I need to get an understanding of why that's happening. I need to understand what I haven't filtered out yet that is still here on the surface then. Just bobbing right along, just convincing me to go this way when I don't want to go that way. All right, so there is conscious and subconscious material here that we are grappling with. And from there, getting a sense of what we may need to continue working on filtering, understanding how that's showing up and impacting our instincts and our intuition right now. If we still have things to filter that are clogging up our intuitive processes, then perhaps our intuition is not really winning the battle against our instincts. Maybe we are reacting from an instinctual place because the filtration system on our intuition is backed up and we don't have access to clear thoughts. Okay, so let's go ahead from here and get a look at where we'll see these themes showing up in each of the signs' forecasts. All right, so head to the video description, check out the sections for your rising sign, your sun, your moon. Take what sticks, take what resonates, and leave the rest behind. Let me know in the comments how it lands for you. All right, let's do it. All right, Cancer, welcome to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, Cancer, welcome to your Cancer season forecast. Now, as we explore Cancer season, we have some prompts today. We'll be looking at inner processes that need my attention now, as well as how these processes are currently leading me astray, where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. All right, now if you just saw my hands turn, I reset the deck. We are starting a new cardinal season. We are starting anew. So I have reset the deck and we have done our one kind of floopy shuffle. So we'll see what new stories show up in reverse this season. Okay. We will also be looking at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what lies beneath the themes we explore here today. And we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know or what is particularly significant and important now. Okay. We got a floopy. All right. All right, we're all reversed, Cancer. And we've got the 8 of Cups. All right. We talked all about change and how these squares to the nodes are signals for us to make our way towards something new, especially in Cancer, where we tend to be codependent. We tend to have expectations that go unspoken. And there may be parts of your process now that need to be reworked. So in the 8 of Cups, we are moving away from something we've invested in. This can be very emotionally difficult, right? We know that. This 8 tells us we've been here for quite some time. We've been working at this. We've been building this. We've poured a lot of ourselves, a lot of our heart into this. And yet we are still called to move away. Sometimes we are the ones sailing away. Sometimes we are the ones watching the boat sail. Now, in this 8, we tend to see ourselves as the one making that choice to go. Let's get a sense of what else is here that supports this narrative. But we certainly already see that showing up in, again, these squares to the nodes from Cancer season, asking us to make choices, and choices often pull us away from something we are currently engaged with. Inner processes that need my attention now. Okay. Love to see this because the Lovers is the card just before the Chariot. So we have a deeper sequence we're looking at. Perhaps what you're doing, Cancer, this season. And let's always remember that when we see a major arcana card here, this is not a theme that we are fully processing over the course of this season. This is opening up for us this season, and we're getting clear on what this looks like currently. So upright, you may remember this from Gemini season. Upright, we have this process of reclaiming the self. Here's my earthly self. Here's my ether self. When I'm just so focused on the tangible day-to-day stuff and I don't make room for my imagination or my spirit, then I'm heavy and I'm alone. When I'm stuck in my divine self, in my imagination, and I don't make room for the tangible needs of my day-to-day life, I'm off kilter. I'm ungrounded. I'm lost in space. So upright, this is a call to integrate, right? And reversed, this is an invitation to get clear on where am I stuck? Where have I been stuck? Which one do I tend to get stuck in more? Where do I need to open up to the other? Right? Perhaps you're the tangible one. You've got a Virgo 3rd house. All your houses of communication are Earth, so you're very practical. You might be this one who's stuck here on Earth, stuck in the tangible, not making space for the imagination, okay? Maybe all these connections to Neptune that we're experiencing currently are trying to help you remember this part. Okay, and let's look at the more common interpretation of this, which is that perhaps your relationships, the processes that you carry internally around your relationships, need your attention. Makes a lot of sense for this sailing away. Are you sailing away from a relationship that has slipped away from you in some capacity? We see 2 full moons in your 7th house, right? Maybe you're working to repair some relationship things, but you need to take space right now to do so in order to focus on this process. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Oh. So these processes may be pulling you into situations where you don't really show up as yourself, right? That 7 of Swords is, I'm the one lying, or someone else is lying, or I have imposter syndrome. How these processes are currently leading me astray. They're calling me within, if we see this reversed. They're calling me within. Maybe they're helping me, they're pushing me to internalize this imposter syndrome. Maybe they're preventing me from seeing clearly what's happening in front of me. Perhaps they're preventing me from clearing away the lies. Maybe if I don't really give space to integrating my full self, that's keeping me from showing up as authentic. That makes a lot of sense. If you don't even have time for your full self or sense of self, you don't have time to bring this back for yourself, then there's a likelihood that you're not bringing down this self to share with another, whatever that looks like for you. Perhaps there's fear that one of these selves is not good enough. And that's why we are stuck in this place of having this process be out of whack right now. Maybe we need to do a lot to get clear on who we are and what we need. Makes a lot of sense with all these planets making these squares to the nodes that are in your 4th and 10th houses, your 4th house of origin and family. Okay. You know, as I say that, I realize I didn't actually go through the sequence of what we're seeing. So let me go do that now. As we explore Cancer season, we're seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus and Mercury moving through your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We see Mercury and Venus making an ingress into your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have the South Node and the 1st quarter moon in your 4th house of origin, family, land, lineage. Okay, emotional body. As I said, we have 2 full moons in your 7th house. Pluto is retrograde in your 8th house of shared resources, my psychology, my boss, my spouse. We have Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house, both retrograde this season, right? The North Node and the 3rd quarter moon are in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. We see Mars and Uranus in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. And we see Jupiter and later Mars making its way into your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker. Okay, so that South Node and then that 1st quarter moon later that shows up. That 1st quarter moon is spicy, right? And that South Node wants release. So we're releasing old emotional patterns. We are releasing things that you were taught growing up as a kid. Whatever role you had to play as a child in your family is probably how you show up to your relationships now. You probably were not allowed to be yourself. You also probably weren't allowed to name the things that were happening that were preventing you from being yourself. And perhaps this has caused you to be in this place now of casting part of yourself out into space, beating yourself into the ground in order to feel like you're contributing, in order to feel like you're taking care of what needs to be taken care of. This is false. There's a part of you that's showing up however this capacity looks to you in this moment that is not authentic to you. And we need to get clear on that. Where I am able to course correct now, listening to those inner truths. You've got the 7 taking you back to the Ace. It's time to start over, right? It's time to start over and actually start tuning into what truth within yourself looks like. It's interesting that South Node in Libra is like truth, truth, truth. And it's also like ways that my family bent the truth to tell me or to get me to act in a way that they wanted, that aligned with their truth. They told me things that caused me to put myself away so that I could honor their sense of truth. It's time to understand what your sense of truth is. How can you know which parts of yourself are false if you don't know which parts of yourself are true? So the way to course correct now is to start listening to yourself. Start tuning into what's actually happening within you. The sword suggests that there's some sort of fear or like disruption when we listen to this. And like, hell yeah, we need to disrupt the shit out of this. This might be something you've avoided because you've been taught to do that for so long. I have to suppress my truth in order to put parts of myself away to align with another person's truth. If you're doing that in your relationships right now, no wonder we need to move away. That's not going to fly. Especially not this season where we stand to lock ourselves back into these old patterns for the next 18 years. That's how long it takes the North Node and the South Node to travel, about 18 and a half years, y'all. You can keep this up and keep running into these relationship issues for the next 20 years, or you can start listening to yourself. I'm giving you a little tough love right now, Cancer, because you've got the shell. You can take it. All right? I want to stop hearing the narrative about they did this to me and now I can't be myself. Because if you keep that up, one or both of these full moons in your 7th house is about to reveal to you how flawed that thinking is and how deeply buried that is setting you into your own trap. You got to listen to your truth. If you don't, no one else will. If that's the story that you've been carrying, no one else has listened to my truth, and you're waiting for someone to come listen to your truth, you're going to be waiting for a long time because you're going to keep showing up like this. And no one's going to even know. And you're not going to even know, but you're going to feel frustrated in this motivational, instinctual space. You're going to feel frustrated that other people aren't taking care of your needs when you aren't even listening to what those are right now. And you haven't been for as long as you can remember. Maybe you've been getting into the practice of that lately. Maybe this nodal journey has been pulling you to focus on that. Give that more attention this season. Signs that I am making progress here. Well, we just saw the sun reversed showing up for our Virgo first quarter moon. And it showed us where we were maybe hesitant to or feeling disconnected from exploring this sense of self or coming out of the fog. We saw the moon reversed and the sun reversed together last at that Virgo first quarter moon. And when the sun shows up, it shows us that we're stepping out of the fog of the moon. Perhaps the sign of progress here is you approaching this threshold of the sun. Maybe we need to lower the bar in terms of what it will look like for you to move from this to this, right? This is a big journey. We've got 2 major arcana cards sandwiching these swords. It doesn't make sense to expect that focusing on this is going to immediately lead to this. That's kind of wild, right? We have a lifetime of stories that we're unpacking here in that 4th house. So we could say that going on this journey, focusing on these processes of the lovers, getting clear on where this 7 of Swords is a trap. I mean, it's all a trap, but where are you walking into it? Might help you approach this place of reaching the sun and just sort of standing on that precipice of this is what I've been standing in and this is what is available to me moving forward. I have the capacity to step into this sun. Guess what? I'm getting the sense that you're going to have to choose it. It's going to have to be conscious. We see where this is lining up with these. If this is out of line, I don't even know what I'm motivated by, let alone where I want to be going. And if I'm waiting for other people to get me there or to mysteriously, magically know where I want to go and then help me get there, I'm wasting my time. I'm standing still. I am idling. The engine is running and I'm going nowhere. If I'm not sure about what I'm even motivated by, then what am I listening to in here? Cancer, if this is really happening, this feels so out of touch right now. Again, maybe this is a journey you've started making your way toward recently. Maybe you have become aware that this is something that you feel deeply disconnected from. Again, that Libra 4th house of, wait, what choices are even available to me? I can't choose that. It will hurt someone else. That all pulled you out of this space. So it makes a lot of sense to me to see us maybe arriving here at this sun reversed and to again be standing at the threshold and to say, what am I going to choose? Am I going to choose to go back into the darkness? Am I going to act like I need to stay in the moon? Am I going to act like I need to, like I can only stay hidden in my unconscious space? That brings us back to this lover's question. Maybe this is a question of, what is it like for me to shine? What would it feel like for me to emerge from this fog? Perhaps that is the sign of progress. Recognizing that there is a way for you to emerge from this. Recognizing that you can begin to get a sense of what that looks like. This all being part of realigning those inner processes that have been disconnected. Allowing you to get a sense of what your inner light even looks like, about what your inner child, about what being reconnected to your baby self even brings you. Okay. Sure, that's very obvious. Thank you, Cancer. Okay, so super obvious. Yes, all this is happening in your first house, impacting how you show up in the world. So where's your moon is one of my questions, right? Where's your moon? How does your moon influence who you feel you're allowed to show up as? What do you need to give that moon in order to nurture yourself to show up differently? Saturn. Saturn's up there, retrograde now in your 9th house. Okay. Saturn rules your 7th house. Saturn will be ruling over these 2 moons. There's certainly something about Saturnian lessons that we may be paying attention to now. Saturn has been thought to connect with our karma, as well as consequences over time, right? I'm curious about where you are in your Saturn square, for example, or like your Saturn cycle. Are you having your Saturn return? Are you in the midst of a Saturn square or opposition? How is that impacting your relationships at this time? Saturn in your 9th house of beliefs might have you needing to formalize some sort of system of seeing the world and the role you play in it. Your philosophies, if your philosophies have been out of whack, if your philosophies have been self-punishing, Saturn is up there asking you, what is this bringing you? What is the consequence of this? Thinking about these trines being made to Saturn as well over the course of this season. There is something permanent possible here in the changes that we're setting forth into motion. This 2nd house, thinking about Mercury and Venus making their way into your 2nd house, which is Leo, which is strength and the sun, right? The sun is literally the sun. The sun rules Leo. Leo is strength. There's something being overwritten perhaps in your values, perhaps your sense of self, perhaps what you think you have. Mercury and Venus will both be opposing Pluto in your 8th house from that 2nd house, and you will be confronting the power dynamics of what you have, what you think you have, versus what you think you need to share with other people, or what you've inherited from other people. Perhaps some of this is wrapped up in your inheritance story. Perhaps that's where the Pluto themes in your 8th house might overlap with some of what the South Node is extracting for you in your 4th house of lineage. Ancestry, lineage, perhaps there are patterns you're recognizing that didn't originate with you, that you are working through at this time. Okay. Thank you, Cancer, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with another Cancer who needs a little tough love this season about getting themselves right. Subscribe so that we can further explore what's going to be going on in that 2nd house for you over Leo season once the sun enters and makes that same opposition to Pluto. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Leo, to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, as we explore Leo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. We see Mercury and Venus eventually make their way into your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We see the South Node as well as the 1st quarter moon in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, neighborhood. We have 2 full moons in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, what we are in service to. We see Pluto retrograde in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they lover, friend, business partner, or enemy. Saturn and Neptune are both retrograde this season in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my government, my landlord. The North Node and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning. Mars and Uranus are in your 10th house of career, reputation, legacy, tradition. Last but not least, we see Jupiter, as well as eventually Mars, making its way into your 11th house of friends and community, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. Okay, we have some prompts for today. Inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what themes lie beneath the stories emerging for us at this time. And we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of what else stands out that we need to be aware of. Okay, and I have reset the deck. It's a cardinal season. We're starting a new 3-month season. Okay, so I've reset the deck, setting all the cards up right, and shuffled them anew. So we have some new reversals in play here. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Okay, we have the 7 of Cups, which means that how we make decisions is up for review, perhaps. I mean, we did see that Mercury will be entering its retrograde shadow in your 1st house at, I believe, 21 degrees, if I'm remembering correctly. So, it's going to be going back into your 12th house. No, it's going to actually end its retrograde period in your 1st house. There we go. So it's entered its shadow, which means that that's where it will be ending its retrograde. It's going to start its retrograde in your 2nd house, Virgo. A few degrees into Virgo, it will move backward into your 1st house. So it makes a lot of sense that we might see a bit about how you make your decisions and what informs those choices. Why? Because the 2nd house is your values, what you believe you are entitled to, what you have been passed down by your immediate, say, parents or caregivers, those immediate caretakers who raised you, whatever that looked like. that all shapes what we feel we are able to bring into our day-to-day, as well as what we feel is accessible to us as a career, reputation, legacy, tradition, etc. Moving back and stationing into your first house of self and how you move through the world. So who am I and what am I able to explore based on where I've been in the past, which is also a very retrograde theme. I am currently of the belief that I am able to make these particular choices. And whatever that looks like is ultimately informed by what we feel has been available to us in the past, what we feel our choices have led us to leading us up to this point, etc. This is a very Venus and Scorpio energy. So we are imprinted emotionally by what we have experienced leading up to this point. Let's see what else is going on here to better understand what this Seven of Cups wants us to know. Okay, so inner processes that need my attention now. The Hierophant is reversed. Okay, our belief systems. All right, yeah. Well, that is very aligned with what I just described in terms of that Mercury retrograde coming for us later in the summer. That starts in your second house of values. All right, so if Hierophant is traditionally affiliated with Taurus, Taurus in the flat chart is the second house. We are talking about your second house. Okay, we've named the degrees of separation to this place. All right. So let's first start off by remembering that as a major arcana card, we will likely see this story opening up for us over the course of Cancer season, but we will likely not see the resolution of it in this specific season. This is a major arcana card. This is a much bigger story than us in this moment. This is something we are kind of tethered to in the collective subconscious. So this might be something that we spend some time exploring over the next couple of seasons. Okay. So what do you believe in? Okay. Like, this seems like it's up for debate, a process of what I put my faith into. This is specifically about structures outside of ourselves, traditions that exist outside of ourselves. If we think about Taurus, that is your 10th house. That is a house of tradition. What traditions did I see growing up that I have, whether consciously or unconsciously, built into my expectations of myself in this lifetime? What traditions have I been handed down by the parent perhaps most visible to me growing up, or the caregiver or family member most visible to me growing up? What is it that they embodied and did and cherished and honored that I feel like I am here in this lifetime to carry on in some capacity? Even if it's in my own way or on my own terms, right? It's still something that I've been impacted by that I feel like I want to carry on in this lifetime. That's a very Taurus 10th house vibe. Okay. So with this card reversed, it seems very fitting for an inner process that needs my attention now. Perhaps you are turning inward to think about what these institutions are outside of yourself, be they a church, a community group, a philosophy that you ascribe to or participate in. Kind of a little bit of overlap there with that 9th house space where the North Node is and our 3rd quarter moon. Maybe you are releasing some beliefs that have carried you to this point, or that you have honored to this point and you've recognized that they no longer serve you. Something I love about the 2nd house and those values is that we kind of go through an evolution of what do I value as I get older, right? I mean, we're only getting older with time. We are probably separating from chapters of ourselves that we no longer align with. And at some point we do reflect on, what is it that I actually care about? In my 20s, I cared about this. In my 30s, I care about this. And in my 40s, this will be important to me. In my 50s, this is where I'll want to focus my energy. It makes sense as a 2nd house entity because the 2nd house of what I believe in and value and have to work with leads to the 6th house very naturally of what I do with my day-to-day time. what is part of my routine? So whatever I believe in is going to be part of my time. If I believe in a church, if I believe in a cause, I'm going to spend my time being in service to that thing. This is up for review for you. Maybe that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction really shook up what you feel like you should be following or honoring or building into your sense of legacy and tradition. Maybe there is some shakeup happening there that starts this month or like begins to come into focus for you this month. That is a bigger picture transformation. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Okay. Well, I'm out of balance. Okay, this is very aligned with what I just said about the 6th house. The 2 of Pentacles is a very 6th house card. It is my day-to-day life. Whatever it is that I seek to bring into my life needs to somehow find some sort of flow with what I already have in my life. Otherwise, it's either going to derail my sense of stability and what I currently have in my life, or I'm not going to successfully integrate this new thing into my day-to-day life, and I'm going to drop this thing, right? It's a very 6th house thing. Am I going to do this routinely now? I can think about exercise, for example, as like being one of those very classic, like everyone signs up for the gym in January and they think they're going to build exercise into their routine in some new magical way. And by the time February comes, half of us have given up on this goal because we can't integrate it into what already exists, right? Okay, so what I believe in is not currently compatible with my day-to-day life is one way to think about this. What I believe in is perhaps too big for me to be able to build. It requires such a big commitment, and I just don't have the time, and so I keep trying and I keep dropping it and I keep coming back to it. I want to do the artist's way, but I just can't get with the morning pages. Okay, like that feels like a really big 9th house, 6th house conundrum of like, I believe that as a creative person, I should have these practices, right? And someone has written the book on it. And yet, like, I just can't get myself to abide by the discipline that is required to do this. Okay, so there's certainly something here that's like whatever I've been believing in hasn't made it into my day-to-day practices. Maybe it's even just as simple as like, I want to believe in an established religion, but going to church doesn't fit into my life in the way that it currently stands. Okay, there's so many ways that this could be showing up for you. Where I am able to course correct now. Well, it's time to end something. Coming back to the major arcana note, it might be that the realization to wrap something up is surfacing for you this month, but maybe it takes some time. Makes a lot of sense for a belief system, okay? Both major arcana cards. So again, bigger than us, gonna take longer than this season, all right? But the idea stands that the way to course correct is to absolutely find the end of the road for whatever this thing is, or however you've been trying to build it into your life in that unsuccessful way. Let's absolutely create space for that narrative of maybe the issue is not what I believe in or what I'm trying to build into my life. It's just that like the way I've been going about it has not been successful thus far. Whatever's happening there, we need to be willing to release this, which also comes through in this reversal. I need to be able to step out of some, perhaps maybe like official framework of what I've believed in. Maybe the expectations of how this has been done in the past is what is not currently compatible with who I am, because I'm an evolving human and I need a different way to do this. Okay. Something's ready to be wrapped up. I love, I mentioned that I reset the deck, and the world has been reversed for so long now. I mean, since like Aries season, which is when I last reset the deck. I just, as a Saturnian, I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to see this world card. When I said that, I also wanted to bring attention to the fact that we see 2 full moons in your 6th house this season, right? So I mentioned this is a very 6th house vibe. The 12th house, 6th house vibe, what I believe in, what I think this is all for. right? Does not align with or is not compatible with how I'm able to make space for that belief in my day-to-day life. So 6th house themes, absolutely. 2 full moons in your 6th house. It might be that the first one is illuminating this truth for you, and the second one is allowing you to begin the process of ending or releasing that thing, right? Okay. Signs that I am making progress here. Interesting, because while I said that this is a card of endings, this is a card of reconsideration. If this were upright, we would say, all right, so signs that you are making progress are that you are this figure on this motorcycle driving away off into the distance, finding a new life, leaving something behind. Okay, perhaps instead, signs that you are making progress are that you are being scrutinizing, you are activating some sort of discernment. Feels like it's bringing us into these chariot strength themes here. Intuition and instinct, understanding motivation and drive and how we are getting where we're trying to go. Maybe a couple of things are happening here. We're able to take a look at and reflect on what it is we should leave behind and what it is we actually don't want to leave behind, right? So if we're able to embrace the idea that something bigger than us needs to end, then perhaps the sign that we're making progress is that we are willing and able to go over and consider what those things might be. This is very much a place of, okay, I know I need to leave, but there's just a few things I need to go over first before I do so. I need to really make sure that that I'm doing this for the right reasons and that I'm ready to do this. Okay, so we're in the spirit of endings. Now we're doing the day-to-day work right now. And this is the difference between a major arcana and a minor arcana. I'm ready for some larger endings in my life. I'm going to take this season, or I'm going to look out for the point in this season, perhaps, at which I might be ready to reflect on what those things might be. This might be taking inventory of everything we are currently connected to that we believe in, that's part of our belief system, and then do a pro-con situation, also a very Mercury retrograde in Virgo in the 2nd house vibe. Okay, taking inventory of what it is that I'm currently connected to that might be time for me to take a step away from. Maybe this is not the period where you are making those choices, right? Mercury ends its retrograde in your 1st house of self and how you show up in the world. But it might be that this is when you do that assessment. Let's see what else we need to know. Let's tie this back into the chariot and strength. Absolutely getting clear on what motivates you. What's motivating me to stay? What would motivate me to leave? What am I learning about closure that's going to help me discern between what I should stick around for and continue to try to build into my day-to-day, and what I should release in these reversals? Okay, definitely showing me more about this 7 of Cups. Whatever I have believed in the past has colored what I think is available to me now. What beliefs is it time for me to step away from, and how will that impact and change and overwrite what my current options look like? From there, I can actually decide what to build into my day-to-day life, and I can say goodbye to everything else that actually isn't helpful to me or good for me. Okay, definitely helping us sharpen those instincts and get an understanding of how our instincts and our intuition work together. Ah, I love that. Wow. Okay, Mercury absolutely is a big one. So pay attention to that Mercury retrograde shadow that we begin towards the end of the season. Pay attention to what starts coming up at that time and try to use this Mercury retrograde advantageously. Try to, again, let's remember 2 major arcana cards. So we're not solving anything this season, okay? We're not suddenly snapping out of old beliefs and like, I suddenly only had good vibes and everything was amazing. Like, no, please don't spiritually bypass in this process, okay? It's going to take some time. So in the meantime, allow this Mercury retrograde to help you start rewriting some of those stories, right? Okay. All right. We have Aries, which is where I mentioned that North Node and third quarter moon are. And in closer to the beginning of this, I talked about how perhaps some of that third quarter moon and what that North Node journey are about that broader ninth house belief system. Okay, so absolutely paying attention to the trines that are going to happen to the North Node as Mercury and Venus move through Leo. Okay, and getting a sense of what's coming in that is allowing you to reframe what you believe in and therefore what it is you're going to stick around for right now. And we have your sixth house where those two Capricorn full moons are happening. What are you ready to kind of release from your day-to-day life? What are you ready to kind of see illuminated there that you can embrace and accept and then kind of shift out of some dead expectations around, right? Okay. Leo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please send it to a fellow Leo who might be ready for an overhaul in these belief systems and how they operate in their day-to-day lives. And subscribe so that we can talk about that Mercury retrograde next season and get a better sense of what's being overhauled there in that second house of your values and skills. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Virgo, to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, as we explore Cancer season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future, as well as friends and community. We will eventually see Mercury and Venus make their way into your 12th house of endings, karma, mental health, me and my maker. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound? We see the South Node and our first quarter moon in your second house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We've got two full moons in your fifth house of true love, self-expression, joy, play, children. Pluto retrograde is in your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see Saturn and Neptune both retrograde now in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. The North Node and our third quarter moon are in your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse. Mars and Uranus are currently in your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher learning. And last but not least, we see Jupiter and eventually Mars in your 10th house of career, reputation, legacy, and tradition. We have some prompts today. Inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what themes lie beneath the stories we are opening up today. And we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of what stands out or what else we need to know. Without further ado, okay. The King of Wands is here today to show you the way. Okay, so the King of Wands is that energy of, I know the way toward that thing you're trying to go to. I have the master plan, I have the map, and I will demonstrate to you like how to get here. So perhaps there's some broader vision that is coming to fruition for you at this time. We see, again, the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury all in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, which is certainly a very big, like, visionary space. And that's all making trines to Neptune in your 7th house, and Saturn, right? the permanence of Saturn in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships. So perhaps you are able to demonstrate to people in your 7th house, be they business partner or like friends, maybe enemies, I don't know, maybe you're lovers, right? Maybe you're demonstrating to them how to get to this future that you are seeing activated in your 11th house space. Perhaps you are tapping into some community leadership roles. Perhaps you are, Jupiter's in your 10th house right now. So like, this is very Sag energy in my mind. So thinking about Jupiter ruling Sagittarius, right? Thinking about Jupiter being this very visionary character. Absolutely. Perhaps you are connected to some like leadership roles right now, or you are otherwise hoping to communicate to someone you care about on a one-on-one basis, some vision you have for your future together. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Inner processes that need my attention now. Ooh, what? What do you need to delegate, Virgo? Virgo, so many stereotypes about you and how you have to do everything because if what's that saying? Like if you can't, if it's not done right, you better do it yourself. Like whatever that expression is, right? Like someone can't do it right, like you're just gonna do it yourself. Why have someone else do it if it's gonna be wrong? Okay, that feels like a very Virgo statement. Except that like obviously that's to a fault. The 10 of Wands in general is you doing too much, kid. In reverse, it's like, it's time to delegate that. I'm going to put down some of these sticks because if I don't, I'm going to become a fire hazard and everything's going to implode starting from my insides outward. Okay. So inner processes that need my attention now, delegating. The 10 of Wands reversed is the best way to see the 10 of Wands. It's when we say, all right, I can't carry this whole thing by myself. I'm going to need to start handing off pieces of this to other people. If that's a process that needs your attention, that's telling me that you have trouble doing that. What? Already I'm like, oh, your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and communities is trying to show people how to, in your 7th house space of one-on-one relationships, you're trying to show people how to get to where you want us to be going. Okay, delegate that. Like, it's not going to matter if you show them, if you don't actually give them the chance to do it, right? You can talk all day, dude. Listen, you can talk all day, all right? You got mercurial angles. You can talk till the cows come home. If you don't let people take on the responsibility of doing that work that leads to your vision, then you're not leading, okay? You're just wasting your breath and then also doing extra work. All right. This is like, I don't know what's happening in this Cancer season video, but this is like the tough love edition. Okay. I'm being really frank this season. All right. Processes that need my attention. Okay. We're going to work on that, Virgo. What's keeping you from delegating to people? Do you not trust them to get it right? Are you afraid that you don't deserve their help? Do you feel like you owe it to them to do it all by yourself? I want to know more about what that means to you. Okay. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, they're making it feel like I can make no progress in how I relate to other people, and I'm the one who has to walk away because there's no way for me to move forward. All right, I'm just going to let that sit for a moment. I am thinking about the fact that Mercury is beginning Mercury, your chart ruler, first of all, or if you're here for your sun or your moon, Mercury rules that, okay? Mercury, that ruling planet, is going to station retrograde during Leo season in your first house, and it's going to move back into that 12th house. How you move through the world is then going to be up in the air and being reprogrammed. So if you're holding everything inside to yourself and hoping you're not going to implode, but also really stressed that you can't keep this up like this, but you are the one who's constantly walking away from the situation and feeling like you have to just endure this on your own, that's something we need to talk about. That's something that Mercury might need you to be reconsidering. As it dips back into your 12th house, you will be asked to consider, what karma is this creating for me? Nobody wins when you suffer for no reason. You get that, right? Like, you get that you don't get extra points for that. Whatever you believe in, God, universe, spirit, whatever that looks like for you, you don't get extra points for like holding on to suffering, right? That's definitely a 12th house theme that Mercury could be dipping back into your 12th house to explore. How is it that you show up in the first house that is contributing to your experience of like karma or your mental health? That's not good for your mental health either, right? You know that. You know that. I know that. Okay. Hashtag tough love. I love you. Where am I able to course correct now? Ooh, I love this as like a balm for all of this frustration. Intuition. Absolutely connecting us to these cards. If your motivation and drive is to continue to carry too much, you will continue to keep having to walk away from people and feeling disappointed and feeling like you're not getting anywhere with them. Guess what? You're not giving them a chance to let you get anywhere. You might think, if I hold on to all of this, then they'll be nice and acquiesce to me. No. You need to get everyone to participate if you want things to be legit. Okay, so the High Priestess is inviting you into some softness, into some consideration about what is my intuition actually telling me? There is a lot of stillness in the High Priestess. That is how the High Priestess becomes so intuitive. It is not by being a busybody and churning away constantly, letting all of this pent-up energy and this frustration build up until it combusts. That is not how the High Priestess gains intuition. The High Priestess gains intuition by putting things down and standing in stillness and allowing truth to be filtered through the noise. I hope that that's something that translates for you, Virgo, because that feels like a very Virgo process. Purification is a very Virgo process. Let me take all of this that's in front of me and distill it down to its essence. Purify it so that I understand what I need to actually be paying attention to. I think the only way you can do that is by putting some of this down. I think that the only way to know what you need to put down is to be still. Part of this might be about the fear of what happens if I put down the wrong thing, if I give the wrong responsibility to the wrong person. All of this in quotes, because Virgo, we're constantly questioning whether this is right? If I don't give this right thing to the right person at the right time in the right way, then it's going to fail. Absolutely. Okay. So some stillness is needed. Probably why Pluto is retrograde in your 6th house, my dudes. You need to put something down. You need to ease up on your routine in some way and surrender to some need that you have that you're not making time for. The 6th house of time and routine and health in the body, right? All of that 12th house stuff I mentioned. If I don't let people do what they need to do and I hold on to all of this and I create my own suffering, then I'm creating negative karma for myself and also maybe those other people. I mean, listen, everyone chooses. All right, but if you don't give them that choice, that's on you. Okay. Stillness for truth to arrive, for truth to surface, for truth to filter, to then know what is the right thing to give to somebody, what is the right thing for me to let go of, who can I trust in this moment. All of these things coming through in the High Priestess and that intuition and that inner trusting. If I'm motivated to hold on to all of this by myself, then my instincts are not able to kick in and my intuition is not able to guide me. I think that I'm in control of all of this and nothing inside me will win. Okay. No. Everything inside you can win if you listen. Okay. Signs that I am making progress here. Oh, love this. The Seven of Pentacles is such a classic Virgo card. So I love to see it a little bit undone and flipped on its head. All right, in the Seven of Pentacles upright, we are assessing. We are Virgoing, right? We have tinkered with the formula. We have planted, let's just really tell this story, okay? I have figured out what my formula is going to be. I'm conducting an experiment to grow some strawberries. I'm going to do it in this kind of soil, and I'm going to water it this frequently, and I'm going to give it this amount of sunlight, and I'm going to hope that this yields a successful batch of strawberries. My strawberries have grown. I am now testing them. Are they good.com? Or do I need to tweak something in my formula, whether it's the type of soil that I used, or the amount of water and the frequency I watered them, or the amount of sunlight that I gave them, okay? Again, all very Virgo things, okay? So in the upright position, we are in this stage actively. We are assessing, we are testing, we are deciding whether this is something we want to build into our routine. In the Eight of Pentacles, we like formalize, I'm going to try to slow down to say this. We formalize the formula. Okay. So we say, all right, we're good. We've nailed it. This is the best combination of things to yield the best results. Now I'm going to do this on repeat, copy, paste, going to do this a bunch of times and produce a bunch of strawberries. Okay. In the reversal, we are actively like considering where we stand in this place. My first thought is to say, signs that you are making progress are that you are ready to step out of this place. Because I think, and tell me in the comments how this lands for you, but what I think I'm seeing here is that remaining in this Seven of Pentacles place of assessment is part of what is leading to this burnout. I can't delegate any of this process to anybody because I haven't perfected it myself yet. I'm still in the tinkering stages. No, that's not quite perfect. And you're going to use the wrong soil, or you're going to give it too much water, or you're going to not give it enough sunlight. And I can't yet give you that responsibility and that control. I'm not sure yet. I'm still assessing. And as long as I'm still assessing, I'm still the one in control and managing this thing. Guess what? It's too much. It's burning you out. It's isolating you and making it so that you feel like you have to walk away from things. And all of that busy work of constantly tinkering and assessing and deciding it's not good enough and trying to control everything is all distracting you from this larger than this moment lesson of intuition, of stillness. This is a distraction. So a sign that you are making progress is that you are putting some of that down. Again, the course correcting happening here in this High Priestess might allow you to reach this place of, I've sat in some stillness, I've assessed things, I've filtered out the truth, and I understand now that this is what is ready for me to let go of, and this is what I need to continue to tinker with. It's not that you need to give this up entirely. It's that you need to know what still needs your attention and what can actually be delegated and given elsewhere. All of this really adding up to this King of Wands. If you need to be this King of Wands visionary, you need to step out of the menial stuff. You need to step out of the day-to-day small picture stuff. You need to step out of like the tinkering experimentation stage, and you need to step into the leadership, guiding people toward what happens after this part. Okay, when we get the formula down, we need to just to continue this metaphor, we need to have so many strawberries that we can make the world's biggest pie, okay? I don't know. Listen, it's not my vision, all right? You are the visionary, okay? Only you can see where we're supposed to be going. But you need to be able to create space for this. And that's probably what Jupiter's doing in your 10th house right now, of like career and reputation and how people see you, right? Tapping into that and letting go of what is standing in the way of that. What do the dice have to say? Really getting an understanding of how this connects with our cards, though, right? If you can understand and begin to create distance from that motivation to be self-operating to a fault, then you can actually start to move. You can get a sense of what's keeping you in that place, shush that voice, and then actually start to move toward what you need to be moving toward, which is this vision. And let's point out the fact that these are matching symbols, right? Okay, the triangles and what's inside of them is a nice little parallel. And we see absolutely a through line from the High Priestess to strength, seeing as how intuition in the High Priestess is one of the kind of multiple processes happening within strength. We've got Pluto. I mentioned that 6th house space really needs your attention. What is your day-to-day? Like, what are you need to free up some space in there. You need to maybe consider what power you think you get from being the one in control of everything. Can you still feel powerful and in charge if you're not the one handling literally every single component of the operation? We have Scorpio, which is your 3rd house. Yes, okay, of communication and the mind. Maybe this is part of this bigger picture High Priestess moment of like, what do I listen to in my own mind? How do I communicate with other people? Scorpio is a very fixed, controlling sign. If you feel like you have to be the one in control amongst your peers, that's really stressful. No wonder you're holding on to everything. You're like, oh, where's your Mars? Is it exalted? And therefore, do you feel like you have the privilege of being in charge and like you should be expected to be in charge because other people don't have the resources you do and like you owe it to them? Is your Mars debilitated and you're like, what am I supposed to be doing in here? I'm just barely keeping up and I can't expect anyone to help me because I'm already behind everyone else, right? Could be two sides of the same coin. And 11, which is the 11th house, which is where all these planets are moving through. So really pay attention to what your friends and community look like at this time. Who can you rely on to be helping you take on some of this responsibility? Are there friends or communities and members of those communities who refuse? And do you want to course correct where you go with those people or whether you're still affiliated with them? Are there hopes and dreams for the future that you recognize you can't have unless you put some things down? All right, things to consider. Virgo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please send it to a fellow Virgo who needs a little tough love on relinquishing some responsibility and control to be able to tap into the bigger picture vision. And subscribe so that we can talk about that Mercury retrograde next season and get a better understanding of what you're gonna be letting go of in order to start showing up in a different way. All right, I hope to see you there. Welcome, Libra, to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, as we explore Cancer season, we see the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, tradition. We see Mercury and Venus eventually make their way into your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We've got the South Node and our first quarter moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We see 2 full moons happening in your 4th house of home, origin, family, lineage, land, emotional body. Pluto is retrograde in your 5th house of true love, children, joy, play, self-expression. Saturn and Neptune are now both retrograde this season in your 6th house of time, routine, health and the body, what we are in service to. we see the North Node and our third quarter moon in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friendship, lover, business partner, or enemy. Mars and Uranus are in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my landlord, my government, my psychology, my ancestors. Last, and certainly not least, we see Jupiter being met much later in the season by Mars in your 9th house of faraway travel, other culture, religion, philosophy, higher learning. Okay, we have some prompts for today. Inner processes that need my attention now, as well as how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the themes we are recognizing today, and we'll roll our dice to see anything else that stands out or what else we may need to know. Okay. Three reversals and one upright. Okay. Page of Swords reversed. Okay. So when we see this page, bring a little more light in here. When we see this page, we are opening up to new ideas, new concepts, new frameworks. We might be evolving out of an old schema, or that schema is adapting and integrating new ways of thinking, right? Okay. Reversed, we might be maybe closing ourselves off from some of these. So popular. So sorry. Might be closing ourselves off from some of these new possibilities. Okay, maybe that's a self-protective measure. Maybe that's we're stepping out of a role where we were previously kind of open or looking for those things, opening up to new ideas. So you might be in a place of kind of turning inward and reflecting on what is it that I want to be opening up to. You might be tuning inward to kind of tune into some inner truths, perhaps, right? If upright, this is us kind of opening up to the broader world around us. Perhaps reversed, this sees us kind of opening up to our inner worlds and getting a sense of what we need to know, right? Swords, what we need to be opening up to truth-wise within ourselves. Let's see what else we have here that will tell us more about that story. Inner processes that need my attention now. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm already getting a story here. All right. Inner processes that need my attention now. We saw this coming up in our, I believe this was in our Virgo first quarter moon poll. Am I remembering that correctly? So let's see. When we're in the chrysalis, we tend to be removed from normal day-to-day life. We are taking a step out of what we know in order to gain a new perspective, in order to reframe things. There's a big transformation that happens in the chrysalis, right? There's like a whole energetic dissolution that occurs. Something that once was is going to be no longer. So there's something that's being dissolved and broken down so that something new can form. Kind of literally what's going on in the chrysalis here. So as an inner process, this is a pretty important, significant one. This hanged one energy can feel like those moments when we are a bit suspended in space and time. Things may not be moving forward in a way that we expect them to, and perhaps we're sort of on a timeout vibe of like, so something is kind of changing within me first in order to then get a sense of maybe what's going to be happening around me outside of this. Okay, and no, this did not come up in our Virgo first quarter moon video. This may have been something I was connecting with a client over recently. When we see this reversed, perhaps we are reluctant to come out of that place. Perhaps we are kind of remaining indefinitely in the pause, okay? And I can get a sense of what could be coming up for you that suggests that. I'm thinking about the South Node in your first house. And when the South Node moves through your first house, that 18 months or so feels a lot like, I don't really know who I am. I'm feeling called to pull back on showing up the way I've been showing up, but I haven't yet figured out what that's going to be replaced with. I don't know what I'm supposed to be showing up as instead. I just know that the way I've been showing up doesn't feel true to me anymore, or does not currently align with who I'm becoming in this moment. So there is certainly this feeling of stagnation or like stasis, where we're just kind of like static, or like I'm just still and I don't really feel like I know who I am, and so I'm not really putting myself out into the world very much. Maybe that's something you're experiencing. Maybe that is somewhat normal in this moment. And yet, if this is a process that needs your attention at this time, it might be that you're staying in here too long. Maybe it's that we're ready for you to come back out. We need to see your wings, right? And maybe you are resistant to that for some reason. Maybe you don't feel ready. Maybe you're not ready to open up to new truths. Maybe there's still something dissolving in here. Okay, let's think of the other way this could be showing up reversed, which is that maybe you are resisting going in here in the first place. Maybe this is an inner process that you are not open to. You are not ready to take stillness. It's almost summer. I'm ready to be out here. I got to be making moves. I got to be doing things out here. I'm not ready to surrender to this dissolution of self. I'm going to avoid that as much as I can. This is interesting because Neptune is stationing retrograde this season in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Neptune's point of station will feel like the most potent energy of Neptune, right? Because Neptune will be retrograde for several months once it's retrograde. So we really feel the thick of it right there in the beginning. And so in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body, you may literally feel like, I have nowhere to go or no energy to show up for anything. So this is coming for you in a way. Like, I don't mean that in an antagonistic way, but I do mean like it will happen whether you allow it to or not, right? Chrysalis is very Neptune energy. The Hanged One is very Neptune energy. It requires some suspension of activity in order to allow transformation. And if you haven't been allowing that, then your instincts are not being heard. Your intuition is being ignored. And you might be trying to pull yourself forcefully in some direction that the Hanged One is trying to get you to go over here. Okay, so definitely getting a sense of how we're connecting already with this broader narrative up here. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, they're keeping me from getting done what needs to get done. Okay, this 8 of Pentacles reversed immediately pulls me back to that first kind of description we gave to this possible energy. This feeling of I'm stuck in the chrysalis. I'm stuck in kind of being removed from things. So much so that I'm not actually able to get to my routine. I'm getting real 6th house vibes here. Maybe Saturn is playing some part in this too. We had a lot of squares to Saturn this Gemini season that we are wrapping up. And all of that was happening in your 6th house. So all of those squares, also those squares to Neptune, right? Maybe those squares to Neptune are what's like maybe connecting us to this chrysalis journey. Okay, anyway, point being about this 8 of Pentacles, there's very much a story here that feels Saturnian in the sense of like, I can't get anything done. I can't get anything done. I'm not able to be consistent in my efforts. I'm maybe we're waffling in and out of here, right? I'm unable to really anchor into the like tangible, practical routines that support my well-being. And that's very much what the Eight of Pentacles is. It can be about certainly like I'm being so productive that I am getting a fat payday. Absolutely. We all need to make money and pay for groceries and pay rent, or we have something we have to pay for, right? That's being human in this world. So whether or not it's like I'm not able to show up for my work, or it's like I'm not able to show up to my routine that keeps me in a place of well-being, fed, nourished, all of that, something's not working here, right? Maybe this is leading you astray in that it is keeping you stuck here and you're not able to step away from work, right? Maybe you are resisting the chrysalis by adhering so tightly to the work. I have to do the routine. The routine is the most important. I can't take a break from this. Again, we all have to eat, and there might be fear around what's going to happen if I stop and I take this time out. Either way, something about what is typically routinized, what is typically productive for us is a bit out of whack here. It's not balanced, right? Libra, it's not balanced. Okay, where I am able to course correct now. Okay. It's funny, I reset the deck for this Cancer season, being that it is a cardinal season. We are starting anew. And the Three of Pentacles remains reversed for us. It's been reversed for some time. So there are still some relationships we are maybe extracting ourselves from. There are still some dynamics that maybe are proving to be maybe done. Maybe they've served their purpose, right? Or maybe we're recognizing that they are no longer functional. Maybe we've been collaborating with people in some way. And maybe we'll see more about this as Venus and Mercury make their way into your 11th house of friends and community, right? A Leo 11th house is such an interesting vibe. I love the contradictory energy here for you, Libra, because as Libra rising, you show up like, hey, I want to be kind of like the one who helps balance all the things here. I want to be the one to help kind of keep the peace here. I'm going to show up and respond as I am needed, as is required of those I am around. And yet then we have this 11th house of Leo that is like, I stand out amongst my friends and communities. I want to know that I serve a particular unique purpose here, Leo, in the context of the people I spend time with, 11th house. So I love that contradiction. So perhaps some of, and let's remember that Venus had that retrograde in that 11th house last summer and was ruling your chart and the South Node newly in your first house. So I am thinking about, what has been growing in that 11th house space since that retrograde. So who are you in your groups? And are you, how does this connect to this story for you? Course correcting looks like maybe pulling away from some collaboration, whether it's acknowledging this isn't working anymore, whether it's acknowledging my goals have changed or my values have changed and I am no longer getting what I need from this collaboration. Maybe I've outgrown this project. I don't know what that looks like for you, Libra, but this assessment in terms of the partnerships you are a part of. And let's think about groups. We don't see like a 2 here. We don't see a cups here. This is definitely like some sort of collaborative team that is building something tangible. So maybe you need to ask yourself what these look like. And again, Mercury and Venus will be there and they will make oppositions to Pluto in your 5th house. So how do I express myself and how does that impact the power dynamic amongst the people I am a part of? Might be a question you have at some point this season. Certainly bringing us back to like instincts, intuition, and where I'm taking myself. Where are we going, right? Where are we going? So where are you going and do you have the right people with you? Are you in the right car? Do you need to now move in a different direction? And is some of this maybe inability to step out of the productivity or inability to step out of the kind of detachment and return to tangibility. How does that connect here? Are you removed because you don't like the team anymore, or because we cannot collaborate in a way that serves me anymore? And is that where I need to pull myself away? Am I giving myself so thoroughly to this that I'm neglecting my own transformative needs? Okay. Signs that I am making progress here. Yeah. Okay, wait, I love this because this is really what I was thinking about when I talked about this isn't a 2 and this isn't a cup. This is me and a team building something tangible. And I thought of the 3 of Cups. I love seeing that here because this is the emotional connection. This does not need to be about friendship necessarily. It's about teamwork, and teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. So maybe the dream isn't working. Maybe the team is no longer a dream. Maybe the dream has changed. Maybe there's a new dream inside me that I have not been open to, and I've been neglecting my instincts and my intuition, and so I've been driving toward this old dream, and I actually need to go toward this new dream. Okay, there's one version of a story, right? So I love ending here on the 3 of Cups, and it tells me a little bit more about what might not be working out for you here in this current team that you might be stepping away from. Perhaps this has been solely a team of productivity and results, and perhaps you need something more emotional. It is Cancer season, right? And we do have your chart ruler, Venus, making that beautiful conjunction to Mercury in Cancer before Cancer season begins. So that's happening actually right now, today, as I record this, for you in particular, Libra. So there is a new cycle that's been started for you regarding like communicating needs around care. And it might be that your needs aren't being met here anymore. And maybe you actually need to go in here and transform your own relationship to your needs. Are you fully living in what your needs are? I'm going to go ahead and say with the South Node moving through your first house that you're still figuring that out, that you're still working through that. We have everything from the 10th house squaring the nodes, right, that are in your 1st and 7th house. And so this is really a time where you get to choose, what traditions am I upholding that I actually don't believe in anymore? What career or reputation or legacy have I been committing to that actually is not giving me what feels good to me anymore? Where do I need to allow myself to step back from that and make new choices about people who are actually going to show up for me and care for me and celebrate me and hold space for me emotionally? Maybe this productivity thing has been important to me in the past, but I mean, look, you have like a Cancer 4th house, right? So like that's been ingrained in you for a long time in different ways. Maybe it's time for us to, and I love that it's the sign that you're making progress, is that you are finding your new community. You're finding your people. You're finding people who love you. You're finding chosen family who really upholds you, uplifts you. 4th house, baby. Yeah. 2 full moons there. I don't know why. 2 full moons there, right? Okay. So you're really getting clear on like, oh, what are some old emotions that I haven't even been able to name or let alone integrate and let guide me? What old experiences from perhaps my early patterning have caused me to collaborate in this way that doesn't actually serve me anymore? And who can I reach out to and find who's going to love me as I am and hold space for me and welcome these changes I'm moving through? Scorpio, your 2nd house, your skills, your values, your resources. We had eclipses there like 18 months ago. Like, what have you been learning about that space? Mars moving through Taurus right now, your 8th house of shared resources, might be teaching you or informing you about, and Uranus, let's bring Uranus, right? Uranus is in your 8th house too. So it's maybe time to dislodge yourself. This feels like an 8th house, 12th house vibe. Dislodge yourself from some maybe shared resources that are not actually giving you what you need from them. Maybe that helps you flesh out more of this 2nd house of my stuff and my resources while you're breaking out of the house of our stuff. Maybe it's time to disband this, divest something, okay, etc. All right, Libra, this feels like a very powerful time where you might make some really beautiful connections if you're open to it. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Libra who's going through a similar transformation. And please subscribe. We'll talk more about these values next time. See you then. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Cancer season forecast. All right, as we explore Scorpio season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury hanging out in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning, making meaning. Mercury and Venus will eventually make their way into your 10th house of reputation, legacy, career, tradition. The South Node and our first quarter moon are in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. We see 2 full moons in your 3rd house, the house of the moon's joy, and that is siblings, peers, immediate environment, neighborhood, communication, the mind. Pluto is retrograde in your 4th house of emotional body, home, lineage, land, origin story. Saturn and Neptune are both retrograde as of this season in your 5th house of true love, play, joy, self-expression, children. Mars and Uranus, nope, I skipped one. The North Node, as well as our 3rd quarter moon, are in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We have Mars and Uranus in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Last but not least, we see Jupiter and eventually Mars making its way into your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my government, my ancestors, my psychology. Okay. We have some prompts today. Inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath all that we explore today, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of what stands out or anything else we need to know. And without further ado. Oh, I see the bottom of the deck. It's the 9 of Swords. Everybody sing a song. Anxiety is here. Okay, so let's talk about that. It's reversed. That could be a positive spin on what is typically known as a difficult energy. All right, 9 of Swords vibes. What's up? 9 of Swords is when we have gotten so far, so deep into a lie that we now feel we cannot escape. Now, what does lie mean? All right, let's really break that down. There are so many ways to be false, and some of them are done intentionally with malice, perhaps, or to mislead. Some of them are done non-consciously. Some of those are done unconsciously in ways we've been taught to survive that we are not aware of. I can see some strength themes coming in here. My instincts have been trained to protect myself and to show up in some false way, perhaps. And that's a very 7 of Swords energy. So by the time we get to the 9, we feel so detached from ourselves, right? Here we have the sun and the moon, which are our luminaries, which are the planets who show us kind of our core personality traits, if you will. All right, how I see myself moving through the world and what my emotional nature is, who I feel drawn to, and how I comfort myself, right? Those are really like our fundamental pieces of ourselves. So this is where we are so far in something false, or in the, anxiety is like us creating, us imagining or creating or trying to anticipate all kinds of narratives. And when we do so, we create a lot of those are false, right? Because only one of them will come true. I mean, unless we're like fully psychic and everything we are. Listen, anxiety and intuition are two sides of a coin. Am I right? Okay, so we are feeling disconnected from ourselves to a point of crisis here in the Nine of Swords. Okay, reversed. This could mean that we are coming out of this place. This could mean that this season sees us choosing. Let's remember that all these squares to the nodes, we have lots of choices in front of us, putting that in quotations, depending on what our situations are, okay? But still some choices about who we're going to be and what we're going to name and how we're going to speak to it and address it and own it. It might be that we start to come out of an anxious place at this time. Okay, let's see what else is showing up here to help us better understand this. Everything is reversed. Let's just name that real quick. Okay, so maybe a lot is coming undone in a way that helps us come out of this place. So that might not be bad undoing. Might be very welcome. All right, inner processes that need my attention now. Do less. Okay, on a more serious note, my first thought here is that you do stuff in order to maybe like avoid feeling stuff. Okay, you throw yourself into projects. You are ruled by Mars. Okay, so where's your Mars? What is Mars like doing stuff to compensate for? All right, right now Mars is in detriment in Taurus, so it is moving much more slowly. That might be an invitation for you to, as I said, do less, literally. Thinking about this as a role that we play, are you the busybody who shows up? Well, busybody might not be the term I want, because that implies that you're being nosy. And that's not necessarily what I mean, although you could be, as a Scorpio rising, wanting to know everything going on. But I mean more emphasis on the, like, I guess maybe mainly that literally, like busybody, like I need to stay in motion in order to feel like I'm in control, in order to show or demonstrate to others that I'm good for it, that I can put in the effort and I'll prove something, typically like proving our worth here with Pentacles. I will show up and do this work for you, is what the Knight of Pentacles says, all right? And I will do it, and I will do it again and again, and I'll put in that effort to demonstrate to you how committed I am to this. Okay, so going back to the idea of showing up falsely, let's break down a few ways we could see that. Are you the one who shows up like this? I'm ready, Bob the Builder, I'm ready to do this, but actually like you're not doing things you really care about, but like you're still bringing this energy anyway, and it's like, I'm so deep into this narrative of being this hard worker that like I'm so disconnected from myself and what I actually want to be showing up for and knowing what I think is worth my time and what I really bring value to. Okay, so this could be a role that you play in like an office setting. You know, I'm thinking about that North Node in Aries in your 6th house of like being able to do things independently, or like being able to do things that you want to initiate. And this is not a very like, I'm initiating things that I want to do. It's not that it's not, but it's not Aries. You know, it's not giving Aries is the thing. And like 6th house is Aries for you. Like you want to be able to initiate things that are interesting to you and that motivate you and that you are internally motivated to pursue. And if you are playing a game like you're externally motivated by goals that other people are setting that you actually don't give a crap about, like that would certainly be something that would lead us here. It's like I'm moving towards stuff that doesn't even matter to me, but I'm so far in this pattern that like if I turn back now, it's not going to make any sense and everyone's going to think I'm crazy because like I've been saying this whole time that I wanted this. Okay, that's one iteration of this, all right? If it's less significant than playing a role like you're a manager or something, or like you're a team leader, maybe it's simply getting a check on what your energy levels are right now. What do you have to give to your commitments at this time? Are your energy levels changing, right? Think about those squares to the nodes. Like, is it time to actually be more honest about what you need? And is some of that like rest or less time working? Getting clear on what that looks like. Inner processes might mean that it's our attitudes about maybe our value right? You've got a third house Capricorn, so it's like, amongst my peers, I must be the best. Casual. I must be freaking exalted. I must be super responsible, all right? I'm not going to tell you that you were parentified, but if you recognize that, maybe this is about what have I been asked to, like, or what have I been conditioned to think I owe or I have to show up as? Can I deprogram a bit of that? Certainly looking at some instincts here versus intuition, and like they are fighting, right? Or like they're both being crushed by this conditioning, this programming. What am I even motivated by? Okay, yeah. How these processes are currently leading me astray. We just spent so long talking about that one card. I love it though. The moon reversed. Okay, so yeah, I love where this is going. We saw this show up in our recent Gemini new moon pull, I believe. We saw the moon and the sun together, reversed. All right, so perhaps you've been in a place of kind of exploring this unconscious kind of shadow realm, getting clear on who's in there, who kind of like haunts these halls that I've been afraid of, that I need to get to know and witness and integrate. And if you have been in here, you know, I want to finish this sentence, but everything inside me is screaming to stop and to switch gears and to say, if you are so stuck in this Knight of Pentacles place, then you are preventing yourself from being able to slow down and go into the moon. Okay, like my something was really needing me to like just get that out. It was like, no, you need to say this immediately. This makes a lot of sense. And like also this, okay. The moon could be so closely related to this Nine of Swords. And really, the Nine of Swords could be a place we go when we resist the moon, because there is a need to go within and find the self. And there's something here in the Nine of Swords where the self feels very external from us. And that is certainly because we've gone through a process where we have felt fractured from ourselves, right? And so we feel out of reach. The moon is this beautiful invitation of, hey boo, the calls are coming from inside the house, okay? Like you are looking for something outside of you. You're looking for external validation. You're looking for someone outside of you to save you or to tell you that it's going to be okay and that we can back this up and we can stop this process. But it has to be you. It's gotta be you. Oh my God. If anyone knows that Backstreet Boys song, I will give you a free reading. Terms and conditions do apply. So this reversal is really screaming to me that because we might be trapped in productivity mode or like beast mode, or like I have to go in order to avoid my feelings, looking at you, Pluto retrograde in the 4th house of my emotional body. If I keep working, I'll just stop feeling. I mean, in 2024, I don't blame you. But if we're so stuck in this mode, then we're definitely not exploring the moon. We're not allowing ourselves to slow down. We're not allowing ourselves to turn on the high beams and go and like truly investigate what in here needs our attention, right? Okay, I'll finish what I was going to start, what I was going to I'll finish what I started, there we go, before, about, you know, it like maybe we've been already in this moon place, and maybe that tells me a little bit about like maybe we've been too far in the moon place and we don't know how to, like, we don't know what to be doing in our external world. We're too far in the subconscious place. We don't want to come out. We're not ready to come out. We are not ready to integrate everything into our whole sense of self and of being. And so we are also in this sort of like place of stagnation with our energy. We don't know how to show up. We don't know what's worth our time, what to commit to. So it's still not too far off from our original, you know, exploration of this. But I could see where like either like too much of this is preventing this, or like too much of this is preventing this, if that makes sense. Okay, where I am able to course correct now. Wow, I love that. Okay, I don't typically say that I love the 10 of Cups in reverse, but I think this is a really beautiful invitation, and it really supports what we've been exploring so far, which is what makes you happy. When this is upright, we are connected with here is my chosen family. Here are all of these people I love, and we're able to gather and share, and you know, maybe some of it is tangible, like in a Ten of Pentacles way, but it's really like just an emotional fulfillment place, right? This is not just the Two of Cups where it's me and my boo, or my boos if I'm, you know, into that. But this is like the community that we're a part of. These are the other people in our lives who like celebrate in our relationship, who are part of our inner circle, and we support each other and we love each other. This is certainly like big picture, like this is what I want to feel at the end of the day, and creating what that vision board looks like for yourself. And I think that's the invitation with this reversal. How I can course correct is to maybe release some ideas from the past of what I thought made me happy, of what I thought I was motivated to pursue, right? Very like, I'm striving to have this kind of family, and we're gonna share these kind of experiences, and that's what really matters to me. There might be some parts of you that recognize some of those things falling away. Some of these experiences are no longer important to me, or my life has changed in some way, and I can no longer participate in those experiences. And what does it mean for me to move forward? The life I'm leading, all these things I've been committed to aren't actually meaningful to me. I'm not actually motivated to go pursue them. So I'm kind of like pulling myself in opposite directions. My instincts are totally off sync in terms of like why they pulled me here. And as I reframe all of this, I'm really gonna also invite myself to reconsider what this might look like for myself and start to get clear on what it would feel like to experience that and how I want to feel in sharing with others. Okay. This could mean, you know, let's take the negative spin. I don't want to be too Pisces about it and be like, this is gorgeous. Let's find the negative spin. All right. Let's Capricorn it. Maybe this means we need to leave some relationships. Maybe the way we're course correcting is we are like, oh, this doesn't make me happy and I need to go. Or I need to be honest with you. Okay, that might be what Pluto retrograde is up to in your 4th house. That might be what Mars is asking you to kind of slow down in Taurus in your 7th house over the next several weeks. Kind of saying like, you know, this is what I need to separate from. I don't have energy for this. I love when planets go into detriment because it's like, I can't keep carrying this the way that I did in domicile. I don't have all that extra energy, so I need to put this down. I need to put this down. And that might look like separating from some things that don't suit you anymore. Signs that I am making progress here. Ooh, I love that. Okay. You know, there's something fun about seeing the Hermit and the Moon together. The Moon is very Piscean, and the Hermit is very Virgo. Virgoan? Is it? Yeah, sure. Why not? So they're a bit like opposites, quite literally, on the zodiac wheel, but they are kind of the same and different in each other as well. And that's what's beautiful about opposites on the zodiac, is that they are pursuing the same thing. They're concerned with the same causes, but they're doing them in very vastly different ways. And that's what we see here in the Hermit and the Moon. The Moon and the Hermit are both going within. The Moon is taking us into our unconscious space to start to get to know things within ourselves that we need to integrate in order to emerge as our full selves. The Hermit is pulling us within in order to seek our inner wisdom and guidance. So this is a much more conscious process, where this is much more unconscious. And I love some of the balance here between like what's being messed with here, but also like what you are going to see that is a sign of progress. Okay, some sort of balance between these opposites. So the Hermit is much more conscious. Again, it's much more tangible. It's Virgo. It's I have the answers within me. I need to trust myself. I am self-contained. Again, I've been seeking things outside of myself. I've been seeking external validation. I've been waiting for someone outside of me to tell me that this is going to be okay. I possess the answer inside myself, and I need to go spend some time in here and check out what it is that I contain within myself that's going to create the next magical path for me. So, signs that I am making progress here might be, I mean, we're not going to go the negative route on this one because that's not going to be a sign of, it's not going to be a sign of progress. Coming out of the Hermit. So I think the sign of progress is that, like, I think what you're doing when you go in here to investigate, like, what is happiness for me? What is emotional fulfillment? Who do I want to share that with? You might be like, who out here is going to tell me what people are for me? And here we're like, no, go inside yourself and find out for yourself. You possess the answers. No one can tell you what's going to make you happy. So not only going through that process, but finding yourself ready to emerge, finding yourself ready to come out from there. Okay, fine. Let's find a negative bent. Let's say what the sign of progress is that you are resistant to the Hermit. Is that what we're going to say? I don't know. How does that work? I don't think that that's going to work. Okay. I had to try it, you guys. I had to. It only seemed fair. The sun moving through your 9th house of beliefs. Beautiful. This is the sun's house of its joy. It gets to see itself and compare itself to broader cultures, get a sense of what it knows about the world so far, and then be open to all the things it still has to learn about itself. From the 9th house, the sun can see the ascendant and therefore can understand where it wants to go from all these lessons. So really getting a sense of being able to broaden those horizons, being able to see yourself in the world and make meaning, perhaps, of what this process has been like for you, so that you can start to understand where you want to go next. You contain those answers. All right. Aquarius, I told you, Pluto is going to spend 20 years trying to get deeper into this place of, what do you really feel? How are you genuinely feeling? Think about where your Saturn is. Saturn ruling your emotional body means that Saturn, some influence in your early life has maybe conditioned you to be very like methodical, very like intellectual, there we go, about your emotions. Pluto's going to be in there like, baby, what are we doing here? And what power do you strip yourself of when you strip your feelings down to language and words and you don't honor the emotion within them? 2, your 2nd house. Okay. This sort of like Sagittarian space. I was thinking Sag energy when I was talking about the sun moving through your 9th house in the flat chart. That is the house of Sagittarius. So there's a very like philosophical quality to this period, Cancer time for you. So thinking about your 2nd house, your values, thinking about your skills, your resources, and the money that you make. Sagittarius is a very like morally driven house. Have you sacrificed some of your morals in what you've been committing to show up to? And are there calls coming from inside the house about what it is you actually believe in, that you want to be doing more of and building more skills in and using more of that to build your resources? Things to think about. It makes a lot of sense here. There's a lot of anxiety about things we signed up for that aren't authentic to us in some way, and you containing those answers within you. Okay, Scorpio, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please please share with a fellow Scorpio who is ready to answer the calls coming from inside the house. Subscribe. We're going to talk about Mercury retrograde next season, and that is going to be quite an interesting time for you as it rules your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. So the people we share things with, the people we share our emotional experiences and fulfillment with, what we commit to, and what that's going to yield for us down the line feels very aligned with that retrograde. So I hope to talk to you about that then. See you then. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Cancer season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury, all in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my government, my landlord, my ancestors, my psychology. We inherit all of that. My inheritance. We see Mercury and Venus eventually make their way into your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy. We have the South Node and the first quarter moon in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. We see 2 full moons in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Pluto is retrograde in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, cousins, peers, neighborhood, immediate environment. Saturn and Neptune are now, as of this season, retrograde in your 4th house of home, origin story, land, lineage, family. The North Node and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 5th house of self-expression, play, joy, children, true love. Mars and Uranus are hanging out in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, what we are in service to. And Jupiter, and eventually Mars, seen in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. We have some prompts today. Inner resources that need my attention now, as well as how these processes are currently leading me astray, where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what stories lie beneath these tales today. Yes, stories and tales. And we'll roll the dice to see what else we need to know or anything particularly significant happening here in the stories. Okay. Oh, I snuck a peek at the bottom of the deck. Okay. And it's the 4 of Wands reversed. All right, so let's see here. Perhaps we are, okay, my mind just said, maybe we're moving. All right, maybe we're moving, absolutely. This can certainly be a story about pulling away from kind of what's been home up to this point. Perhaps what was home now is no more. Perhaps the heart of home has changed, right? This is sort of like building a hearth around something we cherish, right? Creating a permanent foundation around something that is passionate and ongoing and vibrant and full of life. Okay. So it might be that like the flames themselves are turning, are changing, are burning for a new reason or for a different reason. Maybe we are, because the 4 of Wands is about celebration. And so I'm wondering if we are like considering what could be worth celebrating. We might be maybe redefining what this looks like for ourselves, getting a sense of what would feel like worth celebrating or what would home be for me. I'm going to be doing some reflecting here, right? Okay. We certainly, I'm thinking about how Mercury will be making its way into, your 10th house next season. But this season, it already starts to make its way into its retrograde shadow. So Mercury will station retrograde in your 10th house of like tradition, which is a very 4 of Wands idea. Like the tradition is to celebrate this through a wedding. Okay. Of legacy or reputation. And Mercury is, I don't know, maybe going to have you thinking about like what that all really means to you, where you want to be going and what you want to be rooted in to get there. Okay, let's see what else we've got here to support some narratives. Inner processes that need my attention now. Everyone's reversed. We're just gonna, okay. Ooh, I love seeing the devil. And I'm always just like, okay. I see you, baby. All right, we know the devil. Let's re-meet him, shall we? When we see this card upright, we are being called to assess where we are trapped in false bonds. All right, so why would we be trapped in false bonds, you ask? Because we are all here to we are all here participating, whether we want to or not, in a society, right? That's what we're doing as people. We are all part of a bigger system. And as individuals, we did not design that system. And as individuals, we don't benefit from all of that system. There are sacrifices we make participating in this system, and there are rules we must play by. And so, as a means of coping with those kind of infallible parts of our world, we take on vices, we develop addictions, we become falsely bound to things. And that must be because some part of us, like our spiritual part of us, must know that like our ego part of us is bound to all of these material constructs and all of these rules that go against nature, right? And so there's this, the ego part of us then, you know, the spiritual part of us like is spiraling. It's like, well, how could I be participating in this system? This is out of control. This is wild. And the ego part then says, well, you know what, if I'm going to have to put up with this, then I'm going to do these other things. Okay, then I'm going to also add to this story, because that's what the ego knows to do. Like, it just knows to, it only knows the material world. It only knows these surface things. And so it's like, well, something's wrong inside me. And I don't really know how to reconcile that, because I can't create the change in the system that I would need to in order to alleviate that feeling in a genuine way. So here I am attaching myself to things outside myself. And then I'm gonna allow those attachments to dictate what I'm capable of. I'm trapped in here now. Because guess what? We're trapped in the system, so why wouldn't we also then be trapped in problems of our own making, okay? And it's all sort of part of this, like, well, I have to endure it here, and so this is just part of it. So in the Devil, we are called to reflect on what those vices, what those false bonds are, and to get a sense of why we remain attached to them. This is a major arcana card. This is not something you're going to fully accomplish in the scope of this singular 8th house Cancer season, but this feels like a frickin' 8th house story, all right? My inheritance. We don't just show up here like, I'm gonna take on some vices and addictions now. We learn them from the people who raise us. We learn them from the people who made us. We genetically have them imprinted within us, okay? We can't, it's there, epigenetics, all right? So to begin, we inherit that. That's a very 8th house theme. How am I going to transform my attachments to those things? Attachment is a very 8th house theme. How am I going to process what it is that I'm bound to know that it's false? All right, so reversed, you might be resisting that. You might be in a place of like, I don't really want to know. I mean, listen, Sag, I hear you, okay? I don't want to know either. Like, it's a lot to take on the responsibility to work to detach yourself from things when the system doesn't do that work to help you. Like, the system's actively working against you, right? And like, as a Sag, it's like, the system is corrupt. And like, listen, I hear you, all right? It is, but you still got to find a way to live right by you within even the moral failings of the system we live in, all right? And that is a very 8th house journey that you might be exploring this season. We see Mercury and Venus making their way into your 9th house of philosophy, right? And meaning making. And that's where Mercury will station retrograde and go back into your 8th house. No, I'm so sorry. Yes, no, Mercury's gonna, I said just 10 minutes ago, Mercury's gonna station retrograde in your 10th house. Okay, so in Leo, Mercury is going to begin its retrograde shadow. There we go. And as it moves back into Leo over the course of that retrograde, it will go back into that 9th house and station direct. So there's something about how you view the world, about how you view yourself in the world, and what meaning you're able to make and what meaning you can make moving forward as you separate from some of these vices, or at least you get clear on the stories around them. Okay, and that feels like a very 8th house discovery time. Okay, big themes. Gonna take longer than this season, but definitely being activated right now. How these processes are currently leading me astray. I love this. I see where we are connecting here to this 4 of Wands. All right, so upright. This is very like romantic energy. This is very emotionally expressive. This is very, I'm able to demonstrate my feelings to you in a clear way that you're going to feel. All right, this is going to land with you, baby girl. I'm going to show you. All right, so upright, we are very ready to show up, to do some sort of emotional work, to show someone how we feel, to whisk someone away, to sweep them off their feet. All right, we are ready to romance you. And this doesn't need to be a literal romantic relationship. This can be, I show up emotionally for my friends, all right? Like, I am there. I'm ready to put in that emotional work for you because you matter to me, and that's the role that I play. That could be a very 8th house theme for you. Cancer, nourishing other people, taking care of your shared resources, taking care of your spouse, or the people you are closely bonded with, we're getting clear on attachments, right? So let's continue this. If there's attachments that need our attention, and some of those attachments see us overdoing it, are we giving too much to some of the people we're attached to? And maybe they're not giving much back, but we're like, but I have to do this because this is the state of the world and this is my social currency and I don't have what I need and I don't know what I actually find valuable enough to build 4 walls around. And so I'm looking for it in other people. I see a lot of this. I don't really know what to be internally motivated toward because I'm being influenced still by all these things I can't change or can't stop being connected to. And I have all these vices on top of them. And one of those vices is being so emotionally available to people. And it's not making me happy. This is not worth my celebration, for example. And it's coming from my instincts and my intuition. I've been programmed to show up for other people because that's what I feel I deserve, or that's, again, what I've been shown my currency is. A lot of 8th house stuff. Absolutely. We see Saturn and Neptune also retrograde in your 4th house of emotional body. There are stories in your childhood upbringing that have influenced these attachment patterns and have pushed you to show up like this. I love that the North Node and this 3rd quarter moon are in your 5th house because, like, is that authentic to how you want to express yourself? Is that Aries, right? Or is that the Libra South Node that's like, I have to please all my friends and the people in my community if I am ever going to have anything that I want for myself in the future? Where I'm able to course correct now. Rein it in. Oof, that feels hard for you, Sag. But like the Knight of Wands is such Sag energy. I like that we have 2 knights here. I like that they're side by side. I have this feeling and I want to know like where your Jupiter is. Right now it's in your 7th house, right? So it's going to spend the next year in your 7th house, kind of emphasizing your connections to your one-on-one people, right? Mars will be there by the end of this season. And Mars might be ready to separate, snip, and sever some of those ties. Okay, Mars might say, you know what, I've been showing up for you like this, thinking that this is what I have to do based on who I am in this broader system of things and how successful I'm going to be at getting my needs met. I've thought that I have to show up like this. And guess what? Y'all are not giving it back. And so I'm done with you. Might say Mars moving through your 7th house. Mars is ruling the North Node in your 5th house of self-expression. And if you've been holding back some of that fire because you've been trying to give everyone all these emotions, this sweetness, this niceness, but you're trapped in all of this, that Mars is going to be like, okay, it's time for me to let loose. I need to speak my truth. All right. And people might be like, depending on where your Mars natally is, depending on relationships elsewhere in your chart. Okay, so Jupiter, meanwhile, in your 7th house. I mean, when Mars hits Jupiter, that might be a real shebang, because Jupiter rules your chart, and Jupiter's going to be very concerned with other people again for the next year. So how you express yourself to them is how you are course correcting. The Knight of Wands upright says, "Let's go. Go now, think later. I'm ready to rush into this." And when we see this upright, we are invited to do so. We're like, don't think about the consequences. Don't think about refining the message. It's time to take it out there and spread the word. It's time to take it out there and do this. It's time to just get this out into the air, right? This is a very like, we're communicating some sort of message. I've put the 8 of Wands here, which is like, we're ready to go. We're ready to share. We're ready to strike. We're ready to do it. All right. We're gassed up. Okay, so reverse, this is like, hold the phone. We need to actually like check the route. We need to actually check the message. We need to actually maybe reserve our energy. We don't have enough gas for this right now. I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out. Okay. Thinking about that, Mercury ruling your 7th house, Mercury entering its retrograde shadow this season. How you talk to people is going to change. how you see yourself in the world, ninth house, and how that ultimately is impacted by who you are bonded to, eighth house, and where you are then, like what your reputation looks like, 10th house, where Mercury is going to station retrograde. There's going to be a lot up for review for you about how you communicate one-on-one with people, what it is that you talk to them about, how intimate you choose to be with them, what you feel is important to talk about, and how you do it, right? And as I said, Mars is going to be in Gemini too, while Mercury's retrograde. Isn't that going to be funny? So how you express yourself in that 5th house of Aries is about to also change. So this might be an invitation to reflect on how you express yourself and to think about what is worth all your gas. Do you gas up other people and then they don't gas you up, right? You're clearly giving a lot to the wrong people. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but it feels like this is not getting you. I mean, we're not happy. Like, we're not happy. My heart doesn't have a happy home. All right. I don't have people I celebrate with. I don't feel like this is the celebration that I wanted. Signs that I am making progress here. Ooh, yes. I love this for you. Do less. Do less. But for others in particular, we got a king here, cutie. King is the one who's doing it for all. The king is like, I sign your paychecks. The king is like, I paid those bills. The king is like, I called the plumber and I got that taken care of. So you don't have to worry about it. I got you. What are you doing for everyone else? Why? Why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? If they're not giving it back to you. By all means, please hold on to the people who are like really there for you. But you've got such energy. You've got so much heart, so much spirit, right? You are fire energy. Like, you can go above and beyond. Like, you can just show up and really give and motivate people. And instead, it looks like you're being bogged down by like false responsibilities. Like, maybe you've told yourself again that like, this is my social currency. I have to be in service to people. Okay, I'm thinking about Mars and Uranus in your 6th house, and Uranus being like, what are you in service to? Why? Are you truly ready to donate your time to this, knowing you won't get it back? Because the 6th house is the house of unequal relationships. Are you giving to your one-on-one people in that 7th house space in a way that's actually a 6th house way, where you think that your 7th house people are going to get you back and they don't? This is an invitation to step out of this role. You are not the creator of the system. People are all bound to their own false vices and bonds, okay? You can't fix them, and you need to take care of your own instead of trying to show up for people in ways that are depleting you, right? That are depleting you. I love Mars in your 6th house in detriment. It's its house of joy. It's like, I'm going to be productive. But in Taurus, it's like, I'm going to be productive when I feel rested and well fed, and I got a walk in, and I got some sunshine, and I ate a good snack. It's like, I'm going to do it on my time. And I love that for you. I think you need a bit of that this season to pull back from where you've been giving to other people and to really give to yourself. Be productive for you right now, okay? And in the meantime, I just thought of this like fun challenge. Be productive for yourself and get a sense of who complains that you've suddenly become unavailable to them. Could those be the people you decide to sever ties with when Mars moves into your 7th house? Because guess what? If people are only valuing you when you're doing stuff for them, that's a real bummer. That's a real bummer. I don't like that for you. I don't like that for you one bit, Sagittarius. Okay? You deserve better than that. Jupiter. Like I said, Jupiter is moving through your 7th house. Jupiter's going to be like, do you honor me? Bow in the presence of greatness, as Kanye said. All right? Like, do you actually respect me, though? Like, do you give me blessings? And like, do you, I don't want to say like you are Zeus and like you should command a tithe from your worshipers, but like, I mean, I don't think you ask for that much. I don't get that feeling. All right. Or I at least don't think you're asking for what you're worth. All right. It might feel like a lot to you. 7. That's 7. Okay. Yes. All of this is together right now. Jupiter is in Gemini in your 7th house. Okay. This is your chart ruler. So really thinking about like, do you honor me? Jupiter is the biggest planet. Okay, that's why it's like the planet of expansion and like gassing things up, right? And if you bring all of that to everyone else, but they don't bring it to you, they need to go. I'm sorry, because you need home. You need the people who celebrate you and like who come together for you and who are ready to and willing to do this for you so that you get to feel this, all right? And if you're getting less than this, then that's what we're looking at here. Stop gassing other people up. Stop jumping into action for other people. You don't have anything to prove to them, okay? It's time for them to prove something to you. I am Taylor Ursula, and I endorse this message. Okay, Sagittarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Sagittarian who might need some encouragement, remembering that this is only being activated at this time, and it will take some time to move through this process. Subscribe so we can talk about that Mercury retrograde that's going to move back into your 9th house and have you reconsidering how you see yourself in the world and what those philosophies and beliefs are that you carry. What's worth gassing up for me? All right, I hope to see you then. Welcome, Capricorn, to your Cancer season forecast. Okay, as we explore Cancer season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury hanging out in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. Mercury and Venus will eventually make their way into your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my spouse, my landlord, my government, my ancestors, my psychology. We've got the South Node and our first quarter moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. There are 2 full moons in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Pluto is retrograde in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We've got Saturn and Neptune, both retrograde as of this season, in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, immediate environment, neighborhood, communication. Did I say that? Did I say that? The North Node and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 4th house of home, origin story, lineage, land, family, emotional body. Mars and Uranus are hanging out in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, children, joy, play. Last but not least, we see Jupiter and eventually Mars in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, things we are in service to. Okay, we have prompts today. Inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. How these processes, where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. All right, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what other stories are beneath what's coming up for us today. And we'll roll the dice to find out anything else we need to know or anything that stands out in particular. Okay, and away we go. All right. Oh, okay. I made that sound because this was just on the bottom of the deck for Sagittarius. And what we just talked about was that maybe some idea of home is changing, right? So I started off by saying we could literally be moving in this season, right? Like these are the 4 walls of my home that hold my heart and all that is dear to me. And I'm packing up and lifting off. That is no longer my home. There may be some end to a celebration, perhaps like the end of a relationship or like a marriage, perhaps like the end of something that has been shared. Okay, this could be reframing what this looks like for ourselves. What do I need home to look like? Perhaps my heart has changed and I now need to get a sense of what better vessel or 4 walls would hold my home as it is now. Okay, so let's see what else we've got here to support some of these narratives. Inner processes that need my attention now. Ooh, spicy. All right, I love starting off with this energy. Okay, I'm thinking about Mars, of course, and how Mars is ruling the North Node currently in our 4th house of home and family and emotional body. Okay, so how's this journey been going for you so far? Because I'll tell you that for me, it's been quite a tumultuous time. Needing to be really honest about what home needs to feel like, and in the truly Martian way and the very Aries way, maybe initiating leaving home or somehow breaking apart these shared resources. All right, we see Mercury and Venus moving into that 8th house space. When Mercury enters its retrograde shadow, it will be in that 8th house. And when it stations direct at the end of that retrograde, it will be in that 8th house. So there is something contractual, perhaps, being rerouted in the course of that retrograde that starts next season. So perhaps Mars, who will soon be under the rule of Mercury when it moves into Gemini at the end of this season, might be acting on behalf of Mercury via severing some of those ties, right? Now, that will be Mars in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. And we know that home is often where we anchor those routines and how our health is. Like, surely we go out into the world, absolutely. And that does all kinds of things to us, but like, how well are we sleeping? Are we eating enough? Do I have running water, right? Do I have 4 walls and a home? I'm not going to be able to have any sort of routine if I don't have a safe place to do so. So we can see some of where the 4th house and the 6th house link. Also, if we think about our early childhood in the 4th house, that shapes our habits in the 6th house. So we might be rewriting things about like, I didn't actually learn how to do that the right way, and my routine is completely screwed. I have no ability to have a routine because I was left alone as a child in Aries in the 4th house. Okay, I was left to figure it out on my own. Whew. Mercury starting retrograde in your 9th house of making meaning and philosophy and beliefs might be like, I'm going to rewrite some of this story. This is not feeling good. So what has Mars been bringing up for you? What has Mars been tearing apart for you? What has Mars been demanding that you disrupt? All right. This is upright. So I don't know if we've been resisting this. If this were reversed, I might say, hey, the inner process is that you're resisting this destruction. You are trying to suppress your anger. But let's weave that story in here, because even upright, the prompt itself does dictate that it needs attention. So it might be that upright, this is like, okay, a healthy flow of energy. Maybe we need to destroy things sometimes. Like, that's just part of nature, right? It might be that we need to pay attention to what this process looks like currently and what it needs to look like. We might be in a dangerous state of maybe getting a little carried away with some of this destructiveness. And again, some destruction is necessary, but like, are we ripping down the walls? Are we like raising the building rather than just simply ending the lease or packing up and moving out? Are we burning bridges in this process? Okay, so there might be, let's just go ahead and say, because we're looking at these other cards here, what's motivating you? Are you clear on your instincts around your own rage? Do you have a sense of ebb and flow, or a sense of connectedness to this energy? Or did childhood experiences make it so that you were disconnected from a healthy range of anger as a child, and you now kind of like push and pull, and like, either I'm holding on really tight or I'm just exploding everywhere, but like, I don't have a healthy process with that. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, I brought up childhood. Okay, so I'm thinking of a couple different things here. Maybe this disconnection from healthy rage, because like, anger is meant to be a catalyst, right? Anger is often a sign that some need is not being met. So it is meant to kickstart us into action to then go get that need met. All right. So if that's not in a healthy place where we're able to listen to that instinct and then act upon it and go get that thing that we need, if we get stuck in this process somewhere, then perhaps we are stuck in some sort of idea of how things should be. Because we don't connect with that sense of agency to make things happen for ourselves, we might then enter a fantasy place of, well, this is how things should be, and I don't really know, I don't really know how to get there, and so I'm kind of trapped here in this, again, this like fantasy place. We could be stuck in a pattern of the present, and we are kind of looking back on the past with rose-colored glasses, thinking about, I miss a time when I was young and I didn't have to deal with this. I miss a time when I was young and things weren't so complicated, right? I miss being innocent to an extent that I can't really be present with this rage that simmers inside me right now. I want to go back to a simpler time. Could be a Six of Cup vibe. Upright, this is I'm reflecting on things and kind of just getting a sense of what was nice about that time. I'm allowing the past to inspire me in the present. I'm allowing care that I received in the past to influence care that I deserve in the present. This feels like a very Cancer season theme as everything moves to the 7th house. So it might be time to really get clear on where we didn't receive that care, where we are idealizing some experience and things weren't actually as good as we are maybe allowing ourselves to remember. I hate having to be an adult because it's hard to own my real feelings. It's hard to pull things apart that aren't working for me. It's uncomfortable. I don't like it. Okay. This could have us or see us pulling back from being cared for by our communities. Upright, this is an energy, or can be an energy of, this is what I can provide to people I care for. This is peer-to-peer care. Okay. You see Saturn and Neptune in your 3rd house. Do you feel like you are kind of stunted in your connection to your peers currently? Okay. You got a Scorpio 11th house. Do you feel like you are really guarded around people in your community and you don't know how to open up and need them? Mars. That's certainly where your 4th house and your 11th house impact each other, even though they can't see each other, right? They're both ruled by Mars. So what you learned at home to suppress some of this rage or to have an unhealthy relationship to some of this rage has made it hard for you to reach out to friends and people in your community because I don't even know how to talk about this or name it, or I'm not even allowed to own the fact that I have it, let alone let someone else know about it and help me care for it. Okay. Where I am able to course correct now. Oh, that's a nice invitation. It kind of feels 4th housey too. We certainly have some thematic overlap here. This similarly fiery palette, this black kind of void space. There is certainly newness available in terms of, let's think that this is allowing us to rebuild this cycle, right? If we are pulling back from this, if we are thinking about what happiness should look like, or we are pulling back from a celebration that has now ended, if we are moving out, whatever that looks like, we are certainly being invited to course correct by allowing a renewal. This could certainly mean going back to some idea from the past that didn't have space or wasn't relevant before, that can now be brought back to the present moment, kind of brought off the back burner, if you will. This could also just be remaining open to new possibilities, right? There are 2 full moons happening in your 1st house, so there's a lot to be revealed to you and about how you want to show up in the world and about where you've been showing up in the world in ways that are false to you, right? And that certainly does mean, to some extent, reintegrating this fire that maybe started off as passion that was not allowed to be channeled properly, that was not allowed to be self-motivated. I see you, Chariot, thinking about Aries, the initiator, right? I want to pioneer some passion. No, you cannot. You're not allowed to do that. You don't get to express that kind of energy here. certainly see some instincts forming around that. All right, well then I'm never angry. All right, well then I'm going to tamper down all of my life essence, because as a kid, I don't know the difference between you telling me I can't express this and like what this is. I just know all of this looks like this to me. So I have suppressed my own passionate instincts. I love thinking about us having those fire dark houses, right? And that makes me more excited for the Mercury retrograde that will kind of end in that 8th house space of, oh, what are my powers of creation within myself in the 4th house, and then when I share with others in the 8th house. I like that. Being open to new kind of possible fires that we could begin, that we could strike. Relighting maybe a pilot that's gone out within us. Okay. Signs that I'm making progress here. Oh. We've got a very like fiery palette here today. And then this very earthy Capricorn, Taurus-y, Virgo-y kind of vibe here. I love that. All right, Capricorn, I love seeing judgment for us here. Like, as Saturnians, we think that everything we do is so serious and that there are so many consequences. And sometimes it's like, that is so not even our responsibility. Like, do we even get to just live sometimes? Like, drop an emoji in the comments if this is hitting for you, because like sometimes it's like I'm hold myself so responsible in the present moment, and also I'm still responsible for everything in the past. I can't let myself off the hook for anything. I can't forget that thing that I did. Maybe that's also this part of being trapped in the past. Maybe it's not even nostalgia. Maybe it's just literally I can't stop ruminating on what happened in the past and maybe how I could have done it differently or how I could have felt differently. This doesn't have to necessarily be like I miss all those things from the past. It might be like I'm stuck here because I can't let go of what happened or my role in it. So the sign of progress is that we finally shift into that. We're able to look at how we got here and we're able to say, you know, I knew what I did at the time. That's as good as I could do. That's as much as I could do. That's as much as I had then. I know more now and I would do things differently. Absolutely. And letting that be enough. Letting yourself be absolved of emotions that are holding you back in the past, that are keeping you from moving on. Right? The card beyond this is the World, is Saturn, is recognizing when things are ready to be done so that we can move on. So that it might be time. I mean, again, let's remember, I say this. When we see a major arcana card, it is likely not a theme that is fully resolved over the course of this singular season. It's something that can be initiated over the course of this season, over the course of the next few weeks. But as a major arcana card, this is a really big theme, and it's not necessarily fully on the ground with us. So I love thinking about this invitation. We've got a few more months with the North Node in Aries. Those nodes will shift in January. So we've got through the end of the year left to really explore what that North Node wants us to be honest about, wants us to initiate, wants us to express, wants us to be passionate about. Mars is Tower energy. Aries can be Tower energy, right? I know Aries is the Emperor, but that's sort of the vibe, though. Like the Emperor is the one who is able to temper and channel, not tamp down, but temper, be in control of, be in charge of that power, and knows when to use it and where to strike it and how to use it for good or to create change or opportunity. These kind of bookends here, these very fiery but very different bookends here, are this invitation to really reconcile these things for ourselves. Again, these fire houses are our dark houses. They are unseen to other people. It's our inner world. Let's see what else we have here. But it makes so much sense. Like the way that we're course correcting our instincts and their relationship to our intuition is by letting ourselves free from the past and getting into a relationship with our anger, we're only going to know how to wield it and prevent burning bridges in the future that we don't actually want to burn if we learn how to be in relationship to it, not trying to suppress it or feeling that it is inappropriate, right? And letting ourselves be absolved of how we have miswielded that power in the past, so that we can reconcile these instincts and intuition and allow them to be in flow with each other. If we don't let ourselves kind of like be done with that lesson, then we're just remaining stuck there in that mental battle. All right. Okay, yeah. Okay, duh, Mars. Yeah, absolutely. I think that fourth house stuff is really important, and that's where our third quarter moon is. That is very close to the north node. So there is some big call to release something emotional from that place, and that will be ruling the seventh house. How we connect with other people needs to be more honest so that we can allow better flow here. 3, our third house of how we communicate, of how we experience ourselves amongst our peers, of our immediate environment. Saturn and Neptune there are trying to lead you, right, Capricorn, from a place of building or rebuilding connections to peers, of rebuilding a connection to your environment, or formalizing the role that you play in your environment in some way. That certainly asks you to be present and to pull away from the past so that you can be aware of what's needed in the future, right? And so that you can communicate more formally what you need to express in a way that you feel reflects you and your integrity. And we have Leo, which is that 8th house space, which is where Mercury and Venus will be entering this season, and Mercury will begin its next Mercury retrograde shadow. So again, we are going to be renegotiating how it is that we bond with people moving forward, and that's certainly going to require us to get clear on how we communicate with them and what it is that we are willing to share with them and those instincts. And I think that brings us back to this place of home. Home has to be a place where I'm able to be honest. Home has to be a place where I can express rage when it is purposeful and it is like motivating me to do something important. Okay. Thank you, Capricorn, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Capricorn who might need some remedial lessons with this life force energy that's been suppressed or challenged within us. And subscribe so that we can talk at length about that Mercury retrograde next season and get a sense of what those themes will be bringing up for you to explore. I'll see you then. Welcome, Aquarius, to your Cancer season forecast. As we explore Cancer season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury all moving through your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Mercury and Venus will eventually make their way into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. The South Node and our 1st quarter moon are in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy. We see 2 full moons in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. Pluto is retrograde in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Saturn and Neptune are now, as of this season, also retrograde in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. The North Node and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, and neighborhood. Mars and Uranus are in your 4th house of home, emotional body, family, origin, lineage, land. Last but not least, Jupiter and Mars eventually in your 5th house of true love, children, play, joy, self-expression. We have prompts today that we'll be moving through. Inner processes that need my attention now, as well as how these processes are currently leading me astray, where I am able to course correct, and signs that I'm making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what stories lie beneath what we're exploring here today, and we'll roll the dice to find out anything else we need to know. Okay, we have a Two of Cups going on here. I'm thinking about Mercury and Venus making their way into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships. Of course, next season, Leo will also see the sun doing the same, and we'll have a new moon in that space. So I'm curious what stories are coming up for you as you think about this Two of Cups. We can't talk about Mercury and Venus making their way into your 7th house without also acknowledging the opposition they will make to Pluto in your 1st house. So there's a lot up in the air this season regarding how you carry personal power and how that is reflected in how you relate and communicate to other people. Let's see what else we got here to shed more light on this narrative. Inner processes that need my attention now. Okay. Maybe, all right, Aquarius, I feel like this feels familiar. I feel like we talked about you reaching a period of time in which you were not open to like things outside of you. And we talked about Pluto being in your 1st and that kind of like guardedness, maybe that like necessary guardedness of like, don't look here, or like, you don't get to know me, this kind of thing. And that has maybe been necessary and important for you. Absolutely. But if we're thinking about inner processes that need your attention now, perhaps there's something like self-contained where you're not able to be open to new intuitive insights, or you're not open to new inspiration. There might be something where you're currently closed off. Maybe you've, again, needed to close off. I'm kind of jumping ahead and thinking about the Queen of Swords and those like that need for boundaries. Maybe you've been working on something and so you've needed to kind of turn inward and block out kind of outside noise. Or maybe you've been finishing something and so you're not really open to new methods of doing things until you wrap this thing up. We need to look at what's kind of keeping you in here, in these boxes, right? This page upright sees us transcending these limitations, sees us breaking out of these squares and opening up to possibilities outside of that. When we get to this hawk by the 3rd box, we're kind of like in this place of fluidity where we're able to flow in and out of these boxes at will. So what's kind of keeping you adhering to the boxes you currently live in? What self-protection have you been doing to kind of keep out maybe like harmful like input, but that's actually like kind of holding you back right now? And how is that holding you back? All right, so like how these inner processes are like what are they doing? Oh, okay. Fascinating. Okay, so my first thought is if this is how these processes are leading you astray, it might be that you are staying closed off to something and you are walking away from it too soon. You are closed off to new, again, like input, insight, intuition, incoming material, inspiration. And so you might be walking away from things too soon. You might not be receiving insight or input about what needs your attention or what needs more time. Maybe, I don't know why, but I just got this kind of like Romeo and Juliet vibe of like, I didn't get that message from Romeo. So like I killed myself. Like I didn't get it in time. So like I thought we were all bailing ship and I freaking bailed. But it turned out there was like some message I needed to get that involved a plan that was going to mean me staying. All right, that's obviously really dramatic, and my Pisces brain loves drama. So maybe it's not that serious, but this is something very emotional. This is something we've put time into, right? If we've made it all the way to the 8, we've been at this for a while, and it might be that we are, let's spin this. Maybe we're not open to new insight, and therefore we're not leaving things behind that we should be. Maybe we are staying fixed, Aquarius, in this place mentally, Aquarius, and Pluto's there. And because we're fixed in this place, we're not actively sailing away from what we should be. So that can go either way. I want to hear from you what's coming up there. Okay, so some fixed mentality some being closed off in some capacity is keeping us from knowing when it's time to move away from things. Certainly getting a sense of how this connects. Like, knowing what this process is supposed to look like requires having our intuition and our instincts working in harmony, requires knowing who's driving the ship, because literally, because who wants to sail away? Is it my conscious self? Is it my unconscious self? Who's telling me to turn on the boat and go? If I'm not aware of that because I'm feeling closed off, because I'm in this state of being closed off, then that's keeping me stuck, or keeping me spinning my wheels and not knowing where to go. Where I'm able to course correct now. Stepping out of anxiety. Stepping out of... Okay, I kind of love this because I feel like when we see the Nine of Swords, we're like, well, there's no way out of this now. Like, this looks like we're in the prison cell. This looks like we are forever trapped, right? And that is often the feeling that we get with the 9. Where do we go from the 9? We only go to the 10. Like, we have to get it over with at this point. Like, we're too deep in it. So I like that this is an invitation to course correct. It seems a little counterintuitive, but where can you step out of it? Like, where can you now step away from something? Where can you now step away from situations that are pulling you away from yourself, right? And maybe this has been in an effort to protect from this, but like, it doesn't seem like it's working. Like, it doesn't seem like it's helping. And if anything, something that started off maybe serving to protect you it looks like it's maybe pulling you too far away from what you want to be connected to now. Like, maybe we just went in too deep and now it's like, oh, I'm stuck here and I don't know who to turn to. This is a very isolating feeling, right? This is a very and this is a solo, this is like, I'm out here alone on purpose, but this is like, I didn't mean to get this far by myself. I didn't mean to feel this isolated. So I like that this is where I can course correct, thinking about like, where can I step out of this? Like, actually there is room. And maybe that takes us back to the 8 of Swords upright a bit, in that sense of like, oh no, I'm trapped. And it's like, no girl, just open your eyes. Like, you will see things you don't like, but you need to in order to navigate your way out of here. Signs that I am making progress here. Does this mean we are like feeling less combative, perhaps? If this is a sign of progress, right? Usually the 5 of Wands upright is like, I'm participating. It can also be, I'm challenging you. I'm stepping into this ring to challenge you. I am going to take you on. I am going to fight you. Okay. So reversed, this could certainly be, I don't feel the need to fight in the same way that I have. I'm considering what it is that's worth fighting for. What is it that I care about? What is it that matters to me? Mars is moving through your 4th house, maybe activating your emotional body, right? It's in Taurus, so it's asking you to kind of slow down and ground. And thinking about that, kind of bringing in some patience here, or inviting slowness before we rise to battle, right? Like, instead of this being upright and being just like a place I can jump into, it being like, let me recognize that it's taking me a little time to build up this energy. And as I do that, let me think about what this energy is for and what I want to use it for. Certainly, again, connecting us back to this strength in Chariot. What am I feeling? What's stirring within me? Let me get a sense of it. Let me tune into it to understand its best application. Do I strike outward? Do I hold on to this until the right moment? Is this something worth fighting for? Do I kind of lose this battle to win the war, to keep using some Mars metaphors? I need to be open in some way, right? I think it makes sense that this needs to be open in order to kind of know a little bit more about when this is applicable or when this is needed, right? But if we're kind of locked into a schema right now, if we're locked into a certain headspace or idea, and we're not really open to new evolutions of things, then we're going to be fighting the same battle over and over again. And we're going to keep let's come back to this Two of Cups, because I'm really thinking that this is a story about interconnectivity and like isolation. How is it that I get along with other people? Like going back to that Mercury and Venus opposition to Pluto in your first house from your seventh, that feels really charged, right? And even that third quarter moon in Aries that's on the north node, rather, in the house of how you communicate and your mind and your peers. It might be that like maybe your mind has felt spicy. Okay, maybe it's been difficult to regulate maintaining your personal boundaries while also being open to connecting with other people, right? And so I'm suspecting that there's kind of a pattern here where there's like, I'm stuck in here and I'm not really ready to connect with people. But then here's an opportunity coming anyway. And maybe I want to connect, maybe I don't want to connect. The thing is that I'm not really in a proper process to figure that out. And so this connection kind of comes, maybe it passes me by. Maybe in my attempts to connect with people, I recognize how isolated I feel because I'm kind of trapped in this way of thinking. And I want to fight. I don't know. What am I fighting? What am I fighting? Are we mad at ourselves because we are feeling like we don't currently have the tools to connect with people, or that we are currently navigating what power we have interpersonally? Are we mad at other people because we keep running into the same patterns of communication with them? We need to get clear on like kind of what this energy is, and that might be why it's the sign that we're making progress. If this part of us that is conscious is just driving us into battle all the time, we don't have a lot of close friends. We don't have a lot of close connections. We feel isolated. If we feel like people are coming for us, or we have an attitude that is keeping us from seeing the full picture of things, then we're just going to see what we see, and we're going to kind of contort things based on this like state of being disconnected. This is a really big distortion. The further we get into the swords, the more distorted our mindset is becoming. And by the time you reach the 10, it's like, I just got to shut it down. Like, nothing is happening the way that I expected. Nothing is playing it out the way that I hoped. Everything I'm feeling is what? Like, is it connected to something real, or is it connected to something that's happening inside of us? Or how do we even, what is it? All these questions, I think, are within that Nine of Swords. What is actually happening? Do I have agency in this situation? Am I able to change the course of events here? The Nine of Swords typically will try to convince us no. It will try to convince us you can't do anything now. You are stuck here. And that's a really hard place to be. Okay? It certainly, these make a lot of sense. It's difficult when we're feeling so separated from ourselves, from our life force energy, from our identity. So we need to be able to kind of, again, ask those questions of ourselves to get a sense of, where am I maybe stuck in this cycle in a way that's keeping me from feeling connected to other people? Okay. I'm thinking too about those 2 full moons in your 12th house, and like getting a sense of kind of what's going on in the background. That feels connected to this too. Those full moons kind of coming in here and saying like, where do you feel trapped, boo? And like, what can I illuminate for you in here to help you kind of wrap up some stories? Okay. Yeah, so we are bringing focus back to Cancer, these 6th house placements, right? Or moving through your 6th house. And so what's your time looking like? How's your physical health doing? What are your routines up to? Is that playing a role somehow in this story of like anxiety? If this is giving 12th house, what opposite it is happening in the 6th house? Is the 6th house where you are containing all of this like fight energy, right? It's a cardinal house. Like, it's a cardinal sign. It wants to initiate, even though it is in a house of unequal relationships. Is that some of what's going on? Is there a lot of care that you've been initiating in that 6th house that isn't really reciprocated because the 6th house is not the house of equal relationships? Is there a strain in what you provide to people versus what you maybe feel like you connect with within the relationship? Okay. Uranus in that fourth house space, shaking up those emotional body spaces, kind of giving this Page of Swords reversed energy of like, snap out of it. Like what, let's come back to the idea of like fixed energy, right? Taurus. It's like, what are you trying to protect? And where has that gone too far? Like what purpose did that self-protection serve? Or that need to be closed off? What time was that? Like what was that about? And where is it preventing you from evolving at this point? There will be sextiles to Uranus over the course of Cancer season from your 6th house to your 4th house. It might be that there's something within that emotional body that's connected to your somatic body that needs your attention or needs some release in some capacity. And 5, okay, looking at your 5th house, thinking about where Jupiter is, looking at where Mars will be moving into that 5th house of Gemini, that season that we are just wrapping up now. What kind of opened up there, right? That's your 5th house of self-expression. That tells me that there's been a lot that you've had to say. Jupiter's there for the next year, inviting you, encouraging you to speak out, to say more, to kind of take up more space with your self-expression, to kind of be more forthcoming, try out new ideas, right? Gemini is all about kind of like playing around, especially in the 5th house. It's like, what language is playful for me? Maybe that's some swords thing here, right? Swords is communication. Perhaps there's some narrative around how we communicate with other people, and Jupiter is bringing some attention now to what that looks like and what that needs to look like in order for you to kind of course correct some of these experiences here. Okay, Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please like. Please share with a fellow Aquarius who might need to break out of some fixed ways of thinking this season. Please subscribe. Next season, we'll talk about Mercury retrograde, and that's going to be starting in your 8th house, moving back into your 7th. So there will be more of these 2 of Cups themes to look at then, and how you are communicating with others and what that looks like in those deeper bonds. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Pisces, to your Cancer season forecast. As we explore Cancer season, we see the Sun, New Moon, Venus, and Mercury all moving through your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children. Venus and Mercury will make their way into your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. The South Node and our 1st quarter moon are in your 8th house of shared resources. My spouse, my boss, my landlord, my government, my ancestors, my psychology. We see 2 full moons in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friend and community. Pluto is retrograde in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. Saturn and Neptune are, as of this season, both retrograde in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The North Node and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Mars and Uranus move through your 3rd house of the mind, peers, siblings, immediate environment, and neighborhood, communication. Last but not least, Jupiter and eventually Mars are in your 4th house of home, emotional body, origin, land, lineage. Prompts for today. Inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the themes we explore here today, and we'll roll our dice to see anything else we need to know. Okay, 9 of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so I'm thinking about maybe Jupiter and Mars moving into your 4th house space. I'm thinking about maybe that South node and this first quarter moon in your 8th house. Let's see. So upright, this is all about, here is me celebrating the fruits of my labor. This is not the 10. This is not something that I share with other people. This is just mine. This is just for me, okay? There's kind of like single girl energy in here, right? There's kind of like, it's my house, girl dinner, okay? No one like gave this to me. No one, I didn't inherit this from anyone. All right, this is all mine, okay? This is my life. Maybe I'm thinking about the North Node in your 2nd house as well. Okay, maybe I said that. No, I said the South Node. Okay, maybe both. They're attached. All right, reversed. Are we coming out of like single girl life? Are we stepping out of doing things alone? Are we ready to connect with other people and share our resources? Are we getting a sense of what we want for ourselves in that 2nd house? So we might be pulling away from some single girl life. We might be ready to merge with someone else, or we might be kind of in like turning inward to get a sense of what we want this picture to look like. What would enjoying the fruits of my labor look like? That's a very good 2nd house question. Okay. And as the 3rd quarter moon will be in your 2nd house, perhaps we are releasing old ideas of what this looks like, right? That 3rd quarter moon saying, you know, I'm on the North Node. This isn't something that needs to come with me. This isn't something I aspire to move toward. So maybe I have an old vision board of what this single girl lifestyle looked like, or what I wanted this to look like, and it doesn't match my values anymore. My values have evolved. I am going to kind of dump out these old images and get a new idea of what I want this to look like. Okay. Inner processes that need my attention now. Yeah. Okay. So the 2 of Swords is one of those classic cards, right? It's like, oh, you don't know what to do. Oh, there's no right answer. Oh, you're kind of looking for the answer outside of yourself. You're looking for something to validate you, but nothing outside of you will validate you. And so you must choose on your own, within yourself, what you're going to take with you through this threshold. Sometimes the choice feels false in that we're like, do I have to go in there? And it's like, yeah, man, like that's the direction the water's moving in. Like, it's not really a choice of do I stay or do I go? It's like, what do I decide to take with me? That's actually the choice. And we can get very caught up on the do I stay or do I go part. Am I making the right choice? That's not even the right question. The right question is, the choice is here. The choice is made. I'm going in here. What am I taking with me? So I'm getting the sign. I'm getting the sense that that is out of habit for you, out of practice for you. That perhaps you are stuck in the part of asking, do I go in there? And that's not the right question to be asking. Perhaps there are other wrong questions that you're asking. And by wrong, I mean they distract you from what actually needs your guidance. Like, again, it's the choice of weapon. It's the choice of what you arm yourself with that is the most important, not the choice of whether you stay or you go through this threshold. And it sounds like you are somewhere figuring out what the right questions are to be asking. Because I think that's why we stay trapped in this feeling of stress and unknowing, is that we're asking the wrong questions, so we're not going to get the right answers. And then we're like, I'm not getting the answers that I'm seeking. It's because you're asking the wrong questions. Okay. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, I'm not able to step into the emotional maturity that I need to, perhaps. Or it's inhibiting my capacity to play this emotionally mature person, character. This Two of Swords, asking these wrong questions and allowing that to kind of create a mental spiral, is putting a damper on my capacity to hold space for the emotional component of the process. And this king is someone who does this outwardly for other people. Maybe this shows us a little bit of what Mercury and Venus will bring up as they enter your 6th house of unequal relationships and things we are in service to, and they oppose Pluto in your 12th house, for example. What power, like the 6th house can be where anxiety lives in the body. So what like anxiety are you experiencing that has to do with some of this big picture Pluto stuff in your 12th house? Maybe this is 2 full moons in your 11th house of friends and community and hopes and dreams of the future. Maybe as these planets move through your 5th house of self-expression in Cancer, and we see those full moons illuminated in the 11th house, perhaps there's a story of, well, I'm not sure how to express myself. That makes a lot of sense since everything moving through Cancer is going to square the nodes. So there's really choice very front and center here. And so these choices are like, oh no, the pressure's on. I have to choose things. Am I choosing toward what reinforces my sense of self and what I have for me? Or am I choosing toward what pulls me back into codependence? Oh, are these cards at odds with each other? I was saying that maybe the 2 of Swords was preventing us from being able to be the King of Cups. But what if the 2 of Swords is keeping us the King of Cups? What if, because I don't know how to express, I don't know what to choose to express myself? Maybe we're asking, do I express myself here? And that's not the real question. The question is, what do I take in here to effectively express myself the best? And perhaps this challenge of like, what am I expressing? What is right to express is keeping you trapped in some emotionally mature roles that are outdated for you, right? I'm thinking about, if we talk about that 8th house, if we talk about that South Node, if we talk about Libra, where it's like, yes, let me placate the other people. Let me do what they want. Let me tend to the needs of those I share these resources with. Are you having to share like emotional work? Makes sense if we think about Cancer season is water. It's your 5th house of self-expression that goes into a square from your 2nd house opposite your 8th house. And are you giving all those emotional resources to people who don't deserve them, or to people who just absorb them and don't return them? Okay. Where I am able to course correct now. We got to go through it. I'm going to get through this. I'm going to get through this. That's what I see. That's what I hear when I see the 3 of Swords. And how funny, because I was kind of thinking about like, yeah, the 2 is hard. And then like we choose a sword and then we go through there and ultimately like something hurts. Because there's truth involved in the swords. That's why we have anxiety around it. Can I make space for this truth? Is this truth going to destroy things that I have currently and love and maybe even need, that I'm not ready to get rid of, that I'm not ready to have taken from me? This pain will start to take this from me. But it's time. It's time to like embrace the catharsis of what it is you think you're trying to avoid. Because trying to avoid it is not helping you. And trying to avoid it is keeping you asking the wrong questions and potentially keeping you playing a role where you are the emotionally mature one and you're not getting that back. It's like not fun to go into the 3 of Swords, but it also does get it over with. It means that we finally get that catharsis, that we finally get to move forward. In a way, it parallels the 10 of Swords, which is like, well, we hit the end and it's finally done. Like that thing we were afraid of, it's here. We are walking right into it, and at least now it can pass us by. Maybe the course correction is creating space for this grief. Maybe you've been holding all this space for other people, and maybe you haven't really been doing it for yourself. That's where like that 5th house of self-expression is your self-expression, right? It trines your ascendant. It's meant to be a natural extension of how you move through the world. And if we are choosing instead what is kind of like systematically better for our friends in the 11th house, of Capricorn, if we are adhering to the structure of what already exists and kind of doing it for the other people around us rather than for ourselves in that 5th house of self-expression, then we might be enduring like this pain of not really being able to be honest, not being able to express ourselves in a way that feels good to us. We could also see where Cancer could encourage the same thing. Let me express myself in a way that is needed outside of me. Right? But Cancer has the challenge of being able to initiate care that it naturally possesses. And I think some of the fear comes from that place of, is this wanted though? Because I want to feel wanted. And the easiest way to do that is to have what someone else needs or wants. But if it's not coming from a place where it's organically growing within your natural form of self-expression, then you are not reinforcing what you have for yourself and your values and your skills and how you use them to make your money. You are reinforcing back into that 8th house place of what other people want me to do, what other people see as valuable in me, and how I can placate myself to appeal to other people. So if you've been stuck in a process of asking the wrong questions and trying to avoid necessary processes so that you can be this for other people, there's grief that needs your attention. Even if you course correct now by saying, I'm never gonna do that again, there's still grief for all of the times you've done that before. There's still grief for all of, even just the fact that you've had to go through this process, that you've had to ask yourself these questions and you've had to learn what the right questions are, and you've had to step away from thinking about doing things in this way. There's grief there. And it might be that the only way to move forward is to kind of embrace that. And maybe Jupiter ruling that 10th house space, ruling your ascendant from that 4th house of emotional body, Jupiter might need you to be paying more attention to those emotions within yourself. Just generally bringing the attention back home to you rather than those external focus points where you're wondering and waiting to see what other people want from you. Signs that I'm making progress here. I take my time deciding what I'm going to invest in emotionally. I love that. Swords, Cups. Okay. Yeah. All of those dark houses of yours are air. The 4th house, the 8th house, the 12th house. And I think that's why there can be a lot of sword anxiety energy there. Again, like, what's right here? Especially in Gemini, in that 4th house, it's like there's so many options. No wonder. Is Jupiter kind of fucking things up in there in that 4th house for you? Like, oh, there's so many feelings in here. What am I supposed to listen to? Which one is right? Not even before we get to the question part, it's like, what are my feelings? Before I'm even like, do I go in there? So it might be that Jupiter and Mars soon at the end of this season kind of need you to get in touch with what those inner emotions are. That 4 of Cups says, I trust myself to be patient, to feel out whether it's worth it to me to invest in this. Do I swim into this? So it feels to me like an invitation to pause and weigh out. Sort of a different Libra function, the weighing. But from there, it's a justice perspective, right? It's not a placating perspective. It's a, what's the truth? What actually deserves? What wins here? So this 4 of Cups, inviting you into some stillness, inviting you into your feelings to get a sense of what do you want to emotionally invest in? Even maybe I think I get excited and then 3 sentences begin in my mind. I think this is a beautiful antidote to this. If we are here asking the wrong question, should I go in there or not? And the question is really, what should I take in there with me? Then this is this is really the question of, should I go in there or not? And we've been asking it over here. So we've been asking it mentally when we need to be asking it emotionally. I'm praying that that makes sense outside of my Pisces brain. The 4 is kind of a question of like, what would I be waiting for? And that might be a better question than, should I go in here? What should I take with me? And if I do end up going in here, what would I be waiting for to decide that that would be worth my time? That might be a process that you need to be strengthening. Might be some of what Saturn in your first house is trying to do by slowing you down and sort of holding you still and firming you up. Kind of like, I'm thinking about Saturn like creating these walls for you to be like, do you want to go in there or not.com. Neptune's also here. Okay, and everything's trining Neptune, soon to be retrograde in your first house. Everything moving through Cancer season will be trining Neptune, and will be maybe bringing some imagination, Sean Connery imagination, bringing a sense of spirituality. Okay, and I can kind of see that here in the 4 of Cups. There is something a little bit holy about this 4, about this pause. I'm waiting to know, don't ask me why or where this came from, but I'm waiting to know if God's in here, was a question that just popped into my head. Maybe that's where this 12th house also comes into play. Pluto's retrograde in your 12th house, right? Kind of in that deep esoteric space, kind of cleaning out your karma spaces. I'm waiting to see if God is in this space. Obviously, God's going to mean whatever it means to you. Universe, creator, spirit. But if that's not in this for me, I don't want to just be the one giving it to everyone. If it's not in it for me, if I'm not benefiting from some of this, then what am I doing? Thinking back to Mercury and Venus making oppositions from your 6th house to your 12th house. That 6th house of Leo is a little bit of a contradiction that I love. I am the star of what I'm in service to. Kind of a contradiction, again. So if I'm not getting what I need from it, what am I doing here? Feels very Mercury, Leo. I mean, Leo 6th house, where Mercury and Venus will be. So that 12th house space of like what it all means in the end. Pluto is up there right now, kind of parsing through lots of what endings have meant to you in the past. Getting a sense of, where does power live in here? What does this mean to you? What am I getting out of this in the end, 12th house, if I'm not getting what I need here in the 6th house in my body, right? And there might be some sense of, if I surrender to what everyone else wants from me in the 8th house where the South Node is, then maybe I'll be holy in the 12th house. Maybe God will be here. Maybe I'll get what I deserve later in the end. Pluto might be like, what's that doing for you now? And I don't mean to question anyone's religious beliefs. I simply mean to bring you into awareness of what it is that you're adhering to and whether or not it's actually serving the purpose that you have aligned yourself to believe that it does. Woof! Okay. Certainly seeing some big ties to instinct and intuition and like where we are going in life. Because if we are thinking we can avoid this, then there's something in our unconscious that is totally steering us away from where we need to be going, right? And those instincts and intuitions about what causes me to choose this. When is it worth it for me? Absolutely. Pisces, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Pisces who might need to course correct now and might be asking the wrong questions. Please subscribe. We'll talk about Mercury retrograde in that 7th house starting next season. That will move back into your 6th house. So we'll have some more of these themes coming back up. So I hope to see you then. Welcome, Aries, to your Cancer season forecast. As we explore Cancer season, we see the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 4th house of home, origin story, lineage, land, family. Venus and Mercury will eventually make their way into your 5th house of true love, children, self-expression, play, joy. The South Node and our first quarter moon are in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We see 2 full moons in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Pluto is retrograde in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Saturn and Neptune are both, as of this season, retrograde in your 12th house of what it all means in the end. Karma, me and my maker, mental health. The North Node and our third quarter moon are in your first house of self and how you move through the world. Mars and Uranus meet up in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Okay, card. And last but not least, we see Jupiter and Mars eventually making its way into your third house of the mind, siblings, peers, neighborhood, communication, immediate environment. Our prompts for today: inner processes that need my attention now, as well as how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I am making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath these themes opened up here today, and we will roll our dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know. Scoot on down. Okay, justice reversed. Well, Aries, it kind of makes sense to see this card for you, as Libra is angular for you. Libra is your 7th house. Libra is where the South Node is and our first quarter moon. It's Cancer season. Cancer will square the nodes from that first house to that 7th house. So you might be getting clear on what is unfair this season. Remembering that this is a major arcana card, so this is a bigger theme than right now. This is something you might be beginning to approach or starting to unpack this season. That might take a few weeks, a few months to completely unpack. We could think about the next few months as the time where we are wrapping up this South Node journey in Libra. So at the very most, let's imagine that maybe you're spending the next few months unpacking something. But it's starting here this season. There's something that's been imbalanced. There's something that's been unfair. There's something that's been out of sorts. There's something that has been left unfinished here in justice. Things have been left unfair. Things have not been weighed out properly. What are those things, and how will you start to recognize them and confront them? Let's find out. Inner processes that need my attention now. The Four of Swords. Very appropriate for a 4th house season. All right, so what's going on in that 4th house? Are you hiding? The 4th house is, of course, where our emotions live, or at least where they are conditioned, right? I mean, they live there. They live in our emotional body. It makes sense. Like, home is where we feel our feelings for the most part. Now, obviously, if there are stories in your 4th house, they might impact the ability to share your feelings or to have or own your feelings in the 4th house. But the 4th house is where our feelings begin, at home. Okay, so the 4 of Swords is a necessary energy. It's part of the resting process, kind of between battles, right? We've had some battles, we've had some pain, some things have been said, some things will never be the same. I need some space. I need to chill out. I need to recoup. I need to process. Quite literally, I need to process. But have you been staying in there for too long? Do you hide out in there long after the processing has happened? Do you kind of stay active in the processing even when there's nothing left to process? Something about this 4 of Swords is not serving you the way that it used to or that you have wanted it to. It might be trapping you in there. Maybe you resist going in there. Okay, let's think about those nodal squares again. 1st house, North Node, 7th house, South Node. Are you kind of like barreling through in that 1st house and you're like, just go, go, go. Like, I don't need to stop and think about anything that's happened. I just need to keep going because like if I stop, then I'll never be able to start again. Okay. So these are some questions to ask ourselves. What about this process needs your attention? Well, let's see how it's leading you astray. What's that process doing to you? Oh, it's keeping you from figuring out where to go next. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, or, yes, we could also spin it the way we just spun this. If you're like, go, 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 and you're like, I have no time to process. I don't want to go in there. If I stop and try to process this, I'm never going to come back out. So I just need to Aries North Node rage right now. Where's your Mars? First of all, where's your Mars? Right now, it's in Taurus. So you can't go, go, go. It's literally like slow, slow, slow. Okay. Anyway, if you're like, go, 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 then how this process is currently leading you astray is that it's constantly getting you to go create a new map. You're like, where else do I go? Where else do I go? Where else do I go? Do you have energy for this? Like, think about this Chariot. Like, what unconscious part of you is like, I must keep running. Don't stop for gas. Don't stop for anything. Just keep going, because if I keep running, then I'll eventually outrun the pain, the fight. What are you going to outrun? Where are you going to end up by the time you've outrun this thing? Do you even know where that is? Where's that destination? If you're constantly trying to escape, that could definitely be where this inner process is leading you astray. Let's go back to my original interpretation, which was, I'm in here and I'm stuck in here. Well, then that's definitely preventing you from figuring out where to go next, right? So we've kind of got two sides of the same coin. Go, go, go. Don't stop to process. Constantly coming up with new things to start. What happens when we are in the two? We're planning. I'm like, do I need to peek ahead here to see? All right, I'm going to take a gamble here and hope that the Three of Wands is not here. What happens in the two? We're only planning. In the three is when we get to move. So if you're like, go, 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 let me figure out where to go next. Guess what? I see this as you spinning your wheels. If we use the Chariot as a vehicle, you are spinning your wheels. You're not actually ever getting anywhere. You're just constantly plotting where to go. You're not actually doing the going. That's the three. So it's not even like this process, I mean, no wonder it's leading you astray. It's not helping you get anywhere. It's just bringing you back to the drawing board constantly to start over. Or, again, you're staying trapped in here. You're doing so much processing that you're not actually getting any information from it, which sounds backwards, but it's true. If you just keep processing, then you're still spinning your wheels, right? Kermit hands. And you're not planning anywhere to go. You can't think of anywhere to go next because you're stuck in here. Okay. Where I'm able to course correct now. Ooh, that's beautiful. Also a major arcana, which means also something we are not finishing this season. We are just opening up and getting a sense of. All right, so this is where Mars is. Mars is in the Empress right now. Mars is in Taurus. Okay, so Taurus is technically the Hierophant. Fine. The Empress is Venus. All right, well, Mars is under Venus's rule right now, okay? We'll put it that way. Mars is under Venus's rule. Mars rules your chart. Mars in Aries maybe had you trying to go, 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 run, run, run. Mars is now in Taurus. Mars needs you to slow down. Mars wants you to tap into your lushness. Okay. Mars wants you to tap into your fertility. And I'm going to let you decide what that means. That could literally mean, like babies. All right. Mercury and Venus are going to move into your 5th house. Maybe that is something you want to think about. Beyond that, it's really about who I am when I'm self-resourced and what I'm capable of not only fostering within myself, but inviting others to enjoy and connect with and collaborate with. So it's part self and part other, kind of bringing us back to that nodal axis, for the North nodes in your 1st house and the South nodes in your 7th house. It's certainly time to be pulling away from relationship dynamics that aren't working. And that might need to start with your emotional body. If you feel like this in your emotional body, then that is not really a landscape from which you can give anything to anyone. This is a landscape of self-protection. Let's think about the imagery of Cancer, which is the crab in the crab shell. Are you like hiding out in your crab shell? there's not a lot of room in there to invite anyone else in. And yet Cancer does like to nurture. So who are you able to nurture from this place? If you're just nurturing yourself, that's not that that's a bad thing, but it's not connecting you with anyone else. It's kind of keeping you isolated. There might need to be a shift into what it would take to feel connected to this instead as your fourth house. What if I had all of this for myself and to offer others? What would that look like? Interesting that we've got two like Venusian cards here. And one is Libra and one is Venus itself, but you know, it is much more Taurus-y, right? So a couple of ways. Again, Mars hanging out in Taurus for the time being, pulling you into slowing down, pulling you into that house of values. What are my values? What do I value about myself? What resources do I have? How have I cultivated those? How am I tending to those now? Thinking about how Cancer sextiles Taurus and how as we move through Cancer season, we will be having connections to that Mars and to that Uranus, right? And maybe those Uranus connections will serve to shake you out of some of this thinking. My emotional body is like a bomb shelter, or my emotional body is a lush ravine kind of vibes. How do we shift from one to the other? Okay. Certainly getting a sense again of like how this connects with our instincts and our intuition, right? If my instincts are telling me to stay in here, if my instincts have been conditioned to keep me to stay in here, if I've been taught that I don't deserve this, or I can't have this, or I won't be this, what in my conscious process is up against something in my unconscious process? Is it my unconscious process that pulls me in here and creates this distortion? Is it my conscious self that pulls me in here because I'm scared and I'm not really sure where else to go? And I can't see myself outgrowing this pattern? Okay. Focusing on this, right? And again, remembering that this is not going to be resolved this season. So I love that as an invitation for you to just continue to consider this Venus element over the next period of time, starting now, thinking about what this would need to, what do you need to feel to connect with this energy? How can you shift from the Four of Swords to the Empress? How can this one house, this home house, this emotional body house, this family house, this origin story, land lineage, how can we shift that from one of guardedness and self-protection and isolation into lushness and invitation? Only you are going to be able to answer that. Only you know the stories there. And only you know what you have to root into here. But it's certainly time to do that. Signs that I'm making progress here. Okay. That 7 has a lot to defend. And I know we've been talking about this as like self-protection, but this is different, right? We could say they have some similar themes. We are certainly guarding something. We're certainly trying to protect something from something else, right? There's lightning out here. There's a battle that awaits in the 5 of Swords. So we need a break. We need some shelter. We need some peace for a moment before we go back out there. This is a little more self-contained. This is a little more open air. This is certainly protecting against other people. But the difference is that this is, I am passionate and I have something that I've created that you can't take from me. Okay, that feels maybe like Leo 5th house. All right, that could certainly be Mercury and Venus moving into that 5th house space and making oppositions to Pluto in the 11th house. Okay. This is much more, I'm proud of what I have and I'm defending it. I'm keeping you from being able to take it for yourself I'm keeping you from being able to tear me down because you want what I have. Whereas this is much more tail between my legs. I'm protecting myself from you because you hurt me. I'm protecting myself from this atmosphere because it is harmful, because it is toxic, because it is full of anger and emotions that are putting me into a negative space. And so I have to protect myself from them. So it's not necessarily that the urge to protect, right? Cancer, 4th house. It's not necessarily the urge to protect is wrong, in quotes. Nothing we feel is like wrong, right? They're feelings. They can't be wrong. They're not facts. But it sounds more like the mindset or the motivation behind these is very different. This is I'm being attacked and I have to hide. This is I'm being attacked and I have to stand tall. The responses are very different. This makes a lot of sense for this justice. If this is how you've been showing up to conflict with people, whether you're staying trapped in here and you're not feeling like it's safe to come out and think of where to go next, or you are avoiding this space and you're blowing through conflict and just rushing into new things, these are all still reactions. No matter which side of the coin we're on, they are reactions from a person who feels very small. And as an Aries rising, you are not supposed to feel very small. Okay? Like that goes against your nature as an Aries. So no wonder we have some struggles here. My instincts are telling me to remain small. Maybe that's some of that Libra 7th house. And the South Node there is asking you to pull yourself out of situations where you are engaged in that headspace of being small and having to react from a place of being small. What can allow you, or what do you need to write for yourself? Or at least this season, what do you need to recognize is imbalanced and unfair that will allow you to stop showing up as this and start showing up as this? Proudly defending what you've worked hard for, not shrinking away from what you are fearful of. Again, similar functions, very different motivations, very different demonstrations. If you have been showing up in your conflicts in a way that doesn't honor who you are, doesn't honor your emotional body, doesn't honor your truth, even if you're the one who's being victimized in that situation, you are complicit in it. And that's not just, because you are showing up in that way. You're not showing up in the way that's allowing you to honor what it is that you have and are fighting for. Oof. All right. What else do you have, dice? Damn. Well, surely Mars is here. Mars will be hanging out in Taurus in this very Empressy sign until the end of the season. It will move into Gemini, I believe, the last day of the season. Second to last day. On the last day, at that second full moon in Capricorn, is when Mars makes that trine to Pluto. There's a deeper understanding of power. And so, when Mars makes that transition from your 2nd house into your 3rd house and more deeply understands that power from Pluto in your 11th house, then something is shifting in how you communicate. 3rd house, 11th house. So, and Mars is ruling your chart, right? So I am curious to see what happens in Leo season when Mars is fully in Gemini, or when Mars meets Jupiter, and there's something you really have to say from that 3rd house. How are you going to communicate that? Is it going to be from this place of, again, being a victim and hiding, or is it going to be from this place of being proud? We're going to be in Leo season, which is your 5th house, which is where I talked about Mercury and Venus being about halfway through this Cancer season. And there will be oppositions from all of those planets to Pluto. That same Pluto that Mars is going to trine and gain an understanding of power from, Mercury, Venus, and the Sun are all going to be kind of attacked by Pluto and made to feel small. Pluto at the top of your chart staring down at planets down there in that self-expression part of the chart feels very punitive. So you'll be challenged to get a sense of where you're going to react to that challenge from. From fear, from pride. From fear, from pride. Only you can decide, Aries. All right. Thank you, Aries, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please send to a fellow Aries who is riding the wrong side of the coin and needs to shift into this Empress perspective. Please subscribe so that we can talk about Leo season next time and get a sense of how you're going to shift further into this place of defending proudly and not cowering in fear. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Taurus, to your Cancer season forecast. As we explore Cancer season, we see the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury, all in your third house of peers and siblings, the mind, communication, immediate environment, and neighborhood. We see Mercury and Venus making their way into your fourth house of family, origin story, home, emotional body, lineage. The South Node and our first quarter moon are in your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see two full moons in your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning. Pluto is retrograde in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Saturn and Neptune, as of this season, are now both retrograde in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, and friends and community. We see the North Node and the third quarter moon in your 12th house of endings and what it all means in the end. Me and my maker, mental health, karma, hidden enemies. Mars and Uranus hanging out, meeting up in your first house of self and how you move through the world. And last but not least, Jupiter will be joined by Mars later in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Our prompts today: inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, and signs that I'm making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the themes being outlined here today, and we'll roll our trusty dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know or what stands out at this time. Without further ado. I caught a glimpse of the bottom of the deck, and it is cute. Just like you, Taurus. Nine of Cups. We're making wishes. We're getting dreams coming true. Okay, so the Nine of Cups comes after the Eight of Cups. And the story goes that if we leave something emotionally unfulfilling behind, it will clear the path for new possibilities to emerge and make themselves known, to pour into our open cups. Those cups must be empty in order to receive, which is the hard lesson of the Eight of Cups. And here we are in the Nine, open, ready, excited, just like welcoming in the blessings. You win the tarot this season. Now, this does feel like a really nice, lovely omen. This feels like a fortuitous sign that something good is coming. Let's see what maybe we are navigating that is opening us up to that, or maybe something is coming in to undermine that energy. Let's see what we got going on here. Inner processes that need my attention now. Bam! Where are you resisting a transformation? Where are you avoiding letting go of something that needs to be done? Is this trying to threaten your potential happiness? We have a winner, folks. All right. Death can be a lot like the Eight of Cups. Something is lost when we walk away. Something is sacrificed. Something is surrendered. Something that we've put our heart and soul and time and energy into ends up not paying off in the end in the Eight of Cups. And in death, something must be allowed, something must be surrendered, something must be allowed to die away symbolically in order for us to emerge renewed. All right. So, yes, I am going to go ahead and guess that you are resisting this in some capacity. Why? This is a huge process. We don't like it. It's uncomfortable. Not to mention, no one likes to think about the death card. It feels ominous. It is rarely about a literal death. It is truly about like an ego death, a death of an old self, a death of an old way of being. And guess what? Old ways of being are really comfortable. You're a Taurus. You like to stick with what you know. That's not a bad thing until it's preventing you from evolving. And Pluto's in your 10th house, like staring down at your ascendant, or if you're here for a sun or a moon vibe, Pluto's up in that 10th. Pluto is in Aquarius staring down that Taurus placement of yours. Pluto is coming for it, no matter what. As someone who's gone through several Pluto transits to personal angles and personal planets over the course of my life, it's going to happen. You're going to feel this pull. You can try to resist it. If you do, you're really going to end up hurting yourself in the end. Something needs to be processed here. Yes, the inner process of processing. So what's got this stuck? What's lodged in here that is preventing you from stepping into it? I mean, absolutely, like, let's think about the feelings of insecurity that come up when we think about surrendering something we've known that has been comfortable. Literal survival is like, this is a threat to my ability to survive, okay? So there's all sorts of reasons why you might not feel comfortable going in here. Another one being that this is a major arcana card. This is not something that will be resolved in the course of one season. So there may be a looming feeling somewhere inside you, somewhere maybe instinctually, I'm guessing, somewhere maybe unconsciously, maybe, saying like, this is going to take some time and I'm really not ready to go through the length of time required for me to experience this discomfort to get to the other side. It's going to be uncomfortable, 1,000%. That's what this is. This is not a cakewalk. This is going through an asteroid field, up a staircase that leads nowhere else. And there's a fireball. Like, this isn't pleasant, but it's necessary. Especially for this Pluto talk I'm giving you. Like, it's going to happen. You can lean away from it and try to hold on really tight to who you are. It's just going to make it harder when Pluto comes knocking on your door. If you've got early degree Taurus placements, knock, knock, baby. If you have later ones, if your planets or your placements are later in Taurus and you're like, I'm safe for a while, that is a false sense of security right there, my friend. Talk about feeling unstable. Don't give yourself more reasons to feel unstable by relying on false senses of security. Don't do that. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, they're making your choices look different than what they really are, as well as how you feel about them. I love that the 7 leads us to the 8, and the 8 leads us to the 9. In the 7, we make a choice to invest in something emotionally, and often it is not what is good for us. Often it is some sort of delusion, or it is some sort of option of desperation. There might be greed motivating us in the 7 of Cups, all being informed by where we've been in the past, how our instincts and our intuition have been forged by previous experiences. What I think is available to me influences what I think is best for me. What I think is best for me is what I'm going to invest in. I'm going to walk away from that now to get to this 9. So something happens between this 7 and this 9 where we've chosen something and it looks to be that actually we've chosen away from our genuine values. We've chosen away from our genuine needs. And that further drives this narrative of feeling unstable, feeling insecure. If I'm making choices and I'm choosing things, I'm bringing things into my life that actually don't suit me, that actually aren't good for me, and that's based on attitudes I'm carrying that have been informed by the past, then that's also keeping me from being able to evolve into what is next for me. Because I keep making choices that set me back at square one, or I keep making choices that create a false sense of security. And then I feel too insecure to go through this transformation. This is like the ultimate being led astray. If I can't move through this surrender and this process of transformation, then I'm making choices from my old self, and I'm going to stay my old self. And then I'm going to feel like I'm in a cycle where I just don't understand why I keep coming back here. It's because we're not letting this bigger thing happen. Where I am able to course correct now. Inviting in new opportunities. I like that this is tangible, right? We've got a major card here. We've got an emotional card here. We've got an emotional card here. This is certainly like literal, tangible things. Being open to new possibilities, seeking out new possibilities, getting rid of these 7 cups, starting over, saying, what do I need? What do I need? Thinking about how I talked about Pluto up in your 10th house, and how Venus and Mercury are going to move through your 4th house. Venus is your chart ruler or your planetary ruler. Venus is going to run into that opposition to Pluto, and there's going to be some sort of challenge about like, oh my God, what are my genuine emotions? What do I really need here that I've never given myself, or I've never been allowed to give myself, or no one else has ever given me? Let's think about how the 10th house is expectations and traditions, and like what has your family or your origin story taught you is important to uphold as a tradition, and how does that impact you and how you show up for your life and what you're motivated to move toward. I think when Venus comes out of that opposition to Pluto, it's going to be time for some new stories about like what I actually need here. Leo is supposed to feel radiant. Leo is supposed to feel entitled to life. Where is your sun? If there have been experiences here that have trapped you in this old cycle of making these old choices, well, the way to course correct is to open yourself up to new choices. Probably part of that will involve feeling like you actually deserve those new choices. That might be some of this death. Maybe by getting a sense of what your new needs are, or what these new kind of tangible desires look like, that will help compel you to release what is old and stagnant and needs to die away now. That does feel very encouraging. And that also, let's talk about how a pentacle showed up for you, Taurus, to provide some stability. We've been talking about this feeling of instability and insecurity. Pentacles will allow you to feel stable and secure. So opening yourself up to new possibilities of stability. What does this look like for me? How will I know? Where can I find this thing? What does this open up for me when I explore this and I allow myself to be open to needing this thing? Opening myself up to new possibilities after I'm walking away from things that I know don't suit me, but I keep coming back toward. Signs that I am making progress here. I come out of grief. Is it that being stuck in old grief is also what's holding you back from entering into this transformation that awaits you? Is it the knowledge that you will lose something in this process, just like you lose something in the process of the 8 of Cups, and you've already lost a lot? You've already lost enough. You don't feel like you can stand to lose anything else, perhaps. What is the story here around this 5 of Cups? Where have you been actively in grief? We're going to say that the sign of making progress is that you are no longer sitting in the grief, in this tunnel, and you're actively moving toward this light. This feels kind of like the process of going through the 8 of Cups to make it to the 9, to get back to that sunshine, to get back to the possibility. So I'm guessing that you have maybe been sitting in some grief for some time. I'm looking at the 2 full moons in your 9th house and thinking about those beliefs. What have your beliefs been about? What have your beliefs informed you? And what are your new ideas in the 3rd house? Or what new peers are you connecting with in the 3rd house? How are they helping you shift out of this feeling of, I've lost something and I can't get over it? If we want to think about the traditional Rider-Waite image, I'm thinking that you are the person who is stuck looking at the 3 spilled cups, and you can't possibly turn around to look at those other 2 that still remain. There's maybe a feeling of like, if I even look at those are going to fall too. If I go through this death transformation, I might lose those 2 cups, and then I'll truly have nothing. And I haven't even gotten over losing these 3 first, before I'm being asked to lose more. So a sign of progress is that you are ready to come out of the grief place. That doesn't mean that it stops hurting. That doesn't mean that the wound is healed. That doesn't mean that everything is hunky-dory, that things that happened in the past are no longer impacting you. Absolutely. No, but it does mean that you are opening up to going through this, trusting that this is here. That feels like this journey feels like the 8 of Cups. Like, if you can go through this is what's opening you up to this 9 of Cups. I think that this is meant to be really reassuring for you, Taurus. I know that you're scared of this. So I'm here to tell you that there are these new possibilities, both tangible, physical, and emotional, sensational, experiential. These are 2 really beautiful cards to see in an otherwise like fear-inducing story. Let's roll some dice and see what else we need to know here. So it makes a lot of sense. If we're talking about security, we're absolutely talking about instincts. We're talking about survival. So I see this strength card for sure showing up. And it seems that we are very much in like a difficult instinctual relationship. Oh, okay. Mars wanted to jump out. Mars certainly deals with instincts, right? And we have Mars in your 1st house. And so it might be that you are coming to a place of feeling that stability within yourself, having Mars in your 1st house in Taurus. It's kind of like, okay, I'm going to go slow. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take this time to ground. I'm going to take this time to root into myself. Okay, before we move into that 2nd half space and I start actively moving toward these resources. This is when I start to cultivate resources. That might be what Mars and Jupiter are doing in your 2nd house when they meet next season. Is like bringing you the energy to start moving toward kind of reaping what you sow here, or like, you know, harvesting or putting out the word or pursuing these resources. Okay. So in the meantime, I think that Mars in your 1st house is helping you to ground and anchor in yourself, to really like tap into that sense of embodiment and understand what that stability looks like within you first and foremost. It feels like we've been looking for it outside of ourselves, or we're hoping that it will maintain outside of ourselves, and we might need to be cultivating that within ourselves. That's ultimately what's driving us toward what we know is for us and away from what is false. Okay, 2, absolutely. And all right, here's Taurus. All right, baby, there's you. So yeah, Mars is going to move from Taurus into your 2nd house at the end of the season. So everything I said just now, when Mars is in your 2nd house, it'll absolutely be putting in that work to gain those resources, to find those options, right, in Gemini, to ask those questions, to cultivate that data, to figure out what skills are going to be useful for acquiring or connecting with these resources. And that is the 1st house of substance for you. So it's absolutely like we're on this journey of sort of building substance for you and defining what that means to you. I like that. So in the meantime, Mars is going to meet with Uranus here in Taurus in your 1st house in this season. And there might be that might be when you are ready to kind of set off this little device here, because that is actually, that is absolutely like kind of explosive energy. It's very catalytic. Okay. So it feels kind of like you've been in a growth period, you're in this grief period, and you're ready to be shaken out of it a little bit. And I think Mars is going to do that for you this season. Okay. And next season, when it moves into your second house and meets Jupiter. Okay. Thank you, Taurus, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Taurus who might need to go through a deep transformation and may be in a place of resistance. Please subscribe so that we can talk about Mars in your second house next season and get a look at what Mars is doing, helping you kind of build this up for yourself, building up that sensation of security within you. Okay, I'll see you then. Last but not least, welcome Gemini to your Cancer season forecast. As we explore Cancer season, we see the Sun, the New Moon, Venus, and Mercury in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see Mercury and Venus make their way into your third house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, neighborhood. The South Node and the first quarter moon are in your fifth house of self-expression, true love, joy, play, children. We see two full moons in your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my landlord, my government, my ancestors, my psychology. Pluto is retrograde in your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophies, religions, making meaning, higher learning. Saturn and Neptune are both as of this season retrograde in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. The North Node and our third quarter moon are in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Mars and Uranus meet up in your 12th house of endings, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, karma, mental health. Last and certainly not least, we have Jupiter being joined later by Mars in your first house of self and how you move through the world. We have prompts, inner processes that need my attention now, and how these processes are currently leading me astray. Where I am able to course correct now, signs that I am making progress here. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are beneath all that we explore here today, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know. Okay. Being really particular about these cards right now. Knock, knock. It's the Nine of Wands. All right, that feels very ninth house, where Pluto is. Okay, so what kind of journey are we on? I'll bring a little more light in here. What kind of journey are we on? Where are we going? Short term, what push do you need to make to get through whatever it is you're currently in the throes of? Knowing that you are almost there, you're almost done with like the bulk of this work, recognizing that you're tired, you are drained, you've gotten so far. What are you gearing to finish up here? In a broader sense, what is your kind of like life journey looking like these days? What is it that your heart is driving you toward? Are you still passionate about it? Do you have enough gas to get there, right? That feels like, are you motivated? Chariot. Are you actually getting there? Or are you kind of like driving? Are you taking a lot of like detours? Are you trying to like fuck around and find out? Like, are you getting lost? Okay, let's see what else is here to kind of help us learn more about what we got going on here. Inner processes that need my attention now. All right. Where is our give and take out of balance? All right, so Gemini, where is it that you like give more than you get? All right, so if you've heard me talk about the Six of Pentacles before, you've heard me talk about we are either the hand or the tree. And in a well-oiled machine, in a well-balanced relationship, we should be able to alternate when we are the tree and when we are the hand. If we are in fair relationships, we might see ourselves, again, taking turns here, or at the very least, maybe if things are in an ideal state, we have enough of a surplus that we don't have to worry about being the hand, or we feel secure enough in being the hand that we don't have to worry about there being enough for everyone else or taking too much from this tree. Okay, so a lot of things need to be in play in order for this to be like a functioning relationship. This can also be like a Rider-Waite kind of like charity vibe, but I just really hate framing things that way, and honestly, it's a broken system. So in that reading, typically the person giving is always the person giving, and the person asking is always the person asking. All right, I like to see things as possibly being a little more equitable in my Piscean world. All right, I know, a dreamer. Okay, so in an unideal world that we live in currently and forever, what's out of balance here? Are you always the tree? Are you always the tree and you're giving and giving and people keep taking? I see 2 full moons in your 8th house. Are you always the hand? And you have guilt or grief or anguish about being the hand that needs. Where are you in this equation? And how did we get here? How did we get here? What's the story behind that? Okay. How these processes are currently leading me astray. Well, they prevent me from going where I'm trying to go. Okay. So I could really apply this to either interpretation. If you are always the tree, the thing about trees is that they are rooted firmly in place. So they don't go anywhere. So if I'm always the tree and people are always coming to me because I'm consistent and I'm the tree and I'm always here, that means I'm not pursuing my own path. I'm not making my way toward my intended goals. I've made the plans. I have things I want to be doing, but I'm not really making any progress toward them. I don't currently have a relationship to my passion or my plans. Telling me a little bit more about this 9 of Wands. Are you like trying to get on this journey, but you're stuck at the beginning? Okay. So if you're always the tree, then you're rooted in place and you're always giving, and maybe that feels very generous. I know you have a Pisces 10th house, even if your midheaven isn't there. Maybe you want people to think of you as always being so generous. The person always has something for me. I want everyone to like me. I want everyone to talk, to speak well about me. Okay. Or like, coming back to that 8th house, Capricorn, maybe you feel like I have to be the tree. I have to always be giving. I have to always be providing. That's the role of responsibility that I play. I'm reminded in this moment to consider the squares to the nodes, right? So Cancer season moving through your 2nd house, being what we are hopefully like remembering this season, is reminding us we need and to tap into our needs. Thinking about the North Node being in your 11th house, hopes and dreams for the future, pulling away from the 5th house where we tend to mother others, right? The 5th house is the house of children. Are you mommy? Are you playing mommy? That's coming out so harsh. Why does it sound so bratty too? Are you mommy? Gimme! That's why. That's what I'm channeling. I'm channeling this baby. Are you playing mommy, regardless of your gender or sex? All right. Are you being a provider first and foremost? And is that like depleting you? Is that pulling you away from what you need for yourself? Okay. All right. That North Node in the future is like, we got to have something for us though. Like, what's going to happen when we've mothered everyone and they all eventually leave? And then we're what? Or what's going to happen if we keep mothering everyone and then they never leave? What is my future going to look like then? Am I going to be mothering them forever? Okay. Not going where you want to go. This is very Aries energy, the Three of Wands. I have created a path and I'm setting down it knowing that I may not follow it to the T, that I will probably veer off an adventure here. I mean, look, we're looking at wands here, right? It's not about precision. It's about passion. Okay. Are you always the hand? Are you always the hand and you feel like you're never stable and you feel like you're never grounded and you feel like you're always taking and that feels bad or that feels grievous or that feels like you never have enough for yourself? And is that preventing you from being able to move forward? I don't have a surplus. I'm just getting by. I'm reaching for handouts or I need from other people and therefore I cannot Aries. I'm trapped in Libra. I'm trapped mothering because I don't have, or I'm trapped being baby. There we go. I'm trapped being baby because I don't have enough of my own to go set out on my own. I'm getting a very like empty, like a nesty vibe. Like we can't leave home. I am the home. All right. You tell me which side of the tree you're on, or if you are both. In some situations, maybe you are one, and in other situations, maybe you're another. Where I'm able to course correct now. Shifting out of lack. Okay. I think this could also apply to either, or rather to both interpretations that we have going on here. Kind of like either side of the giving. And of course, we have to acknowledge that this 5 precedes the 6. So how did we get to this place of the tree and the imbalance? Did we feel like we don't have enough and so I'm always reaching for more? Do we feel like we have a fear of lack and so we're always giving to people to try to like numb that fear of lack, or to ensure that if we are ever in a period of need, that people will remember that we were generous with them? Whether there's been like genuine lack, whether there's been perceived lack, whether this has been historical, whether this is current, there's a relationship here to this lack story that needs course correcting. The moral of the story in the 5 of Pentacles is that asking for help is okay and that we will receive it if we are brave enough to seek it. Again, this could lead us to either side of this story, because if you have ever been in need, then you know what it feels like to lack. And you never want to lack again. If you're ever able to come out of that lack, then you are probably going to do your damnedest to never get back there again. And if you're currently in lack, then you are experiencing this firsthand. It's not a pleasant feeling. So this story of not having what we need can lead us to either version of being either side of this tree. And it's time to get clear on what this story looks like for you, on whether it is current, on whether it is historical, on whether you are tangibly in a place of threat right now, or if you are in a perceived place of not having what you need. I think there are a lot of people right now who might be on a journey of reconciling this and where they stand with it. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, clearly linearly, like sequentially speaking, it makes so much sense that to course correct here would help these processes begin to shift. Okay. Ultimately, we want to be able to move forward. We want to be able to move toward our goal. We need to clear the path, right? And it makes a lot of sense that no, we don't have enough gas to get all the way here, is what this 5 of Pentacles is telling me. Whether we do have enough money to buy the gas, but we're fearful that everything we spend on this trip is going to put us back into this place of lack, we're still not going where we want to go. Even if it's all in our heads. Even if it's all a story we're telling ourselves. We're still not doing it. We're still not going. signs that I am making progress here. Oh, my goodness. You know, what I love is that when I brought up those 2 full moons in your 8th house, and I thought about that space being Capricorn, I thought about the King of Pentacles. And how the King of Pentacles is like, I am giving you this paycheck. I signed it myself. I am paying the bills. I am daddy, right? Real daddy energy. And I wondered if you were like always the tree, right? Like, are you always the tree? Are you always the one taking care of other people? Are you always the one being taken care of? And like, again, making room for the secret option number 3, which is that sometimes, or in some contexts, we are one, and in some contexts, we are others, right? Okay. We are complex, all right? So I love that where my mind went, daddy, the tarot was like, be self-contained, boo. So, signs I'm making progress here are that I'm feeling resourced. I'm feeling resourced for myself. Okay, this is a beautiful ending to either of these stories. If I'm always the tree and I'm giving to everyone else, and I think that I have to be the King of Pentacles, then signs I'm making progress on my lack story are that I am abundant within my own resources. This is someone who can reflect out, right? This is someone who can reflect this bounty out to others, but it's not a duty. It's not a responsibility. The Queen of Pentacles is the one who like delivers the paycheck to you, but not the one whose bank account it's drawing from. That's the King. The King of Pentacles is the one who is paying out. The Queen is delivering, is managing, is inviting others to partake, perhaps, and to share in what the Queen has, but is not paying from their own account. Okay, this is my account. You can, why don't you join us at the table and put your meal on my tab, but I'm not like buying you this restaurant, okay? Or I'm not like paying you that whole paycheck. I'm just inviting you to sit and eat a meal and like partake in my bounty. Partake in my bounty. Don't take the whole thing. If this is the other side and we are the hand, then this is absolutely like a lovely, I'm going to use this expression that I have just decided I hate, rags to riches story. This is a real lovely rags to riches story. I am the hand. I feel like I'm always dependent upon others. I'm course correcting by understanding that I am allowed to ask for help when I need it. I am allowed to seek out resources, and my narrative about this is societally informed, culturally informed, and I'm going to find the capacity in myself to tap into abundance within myself, whatever it looks like at this moment. It does not need to be, like, this isn't the Empress. This isn't like, a sign you're making progress is that you have everything all of a sudden, okay? That'd be hilarious and wild. The Queen of Pentacles is not the Empress. There's an Empress energy. It's an attitude. It's a feeling. It is, I am resourced, not I'm taking from others and it's depleting them and I feel bad and my value is lesser than others because I have needs. I hope that you heard the difference there. The needing is not the problem. Needing is not a problem. That we live in a society that forces some people to need more than others is a problem. And where you've internalized stories about that and you've evaluated yourself based on those stories, that's the problem. But needing is a human story. It's Cancer season, okay? We all have needs. We are all baby at some point, and we are all baby still in some ways, okay? Needing is not bad, and it might be that the story around need is what needs our attention right now. Okay. This is like a state of being. This is not a destination. Oh, Uranus is in your 12th. Okay. What's that been up to? What's that been like? Whew. having all that in your subconscious. Uranus is, I mean, your unconscious, really. Uranus is very much like, let's excavate these old stories. I see a lot of old stories in here about all the karma we think we have, about needing, I mean, a Taurus 12th house. Like, talk about the Empress, right? Empress vibes, Taurus vibes, like lushness, all a mentality, okay? All of your dark houses are your all of your earth houses are your dark houses. So substance, stability for you is all going to be in your head first and foremost. Uranus is probably up there trying to shake you out, jolt you awake into some new ways of thinking about that, as well as releasing ideas about what kind of karma you think you have, or what kind of person the universe thinks you are for having needs. Okay, Virgo. Well, that's where Mercury, your chart ruler, is going to station retrograde next season. And isn't that just going to be a doozy? Okay, that's Mercury in your home space, in your emotional body, course correcting, moving back into Leo, that space of I am and I express myself. I am unique amongst my peers. I have a unique contribution. Okay, so Mercury in that space, and Virgo in particular, that 4th house, might be very important for you to investigate at this time. It might be time to think about what in your early childhood life informed you about these stories here, right? And we'll weave in the 6th house. Absolutely. There's nothing hanging out in there right now, right? Nothing's in Scorpio right now, but Mars is ruling it, and Mars is doing so from your 12th house. Also hanging out with Uranus, maybe trying to break some of those karma patterns, maybe trying to break out of those attitudes, right? Okay, so there's some work in the background happening for sure, but there's no major cards this season, which means this is all on the ground, and this is all stuff that you can start working toward this season. Certainly seeing like, how am I going to get where my heart is calling me to go if I don't even have enough to pay my bills or eat this dinner or etc. Or if I'm in a headspace of lack, then I'm never going to make it to my destination. I love that. We're grounding into the Queen of Pentacles in order to feel like we can actually, it's like being anchored so that we can go explore, right? That idea of like tethering or anchoring so that we can drift off and know that we'll be pulled back and be safe. Gemini, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please like, please share with a fellow Gemini who may need some internal shifts around stability now. And subscribe so we can talk about that Mercury retrograde happening next season and get a sense of where it is you're trying to go and what else we need to free up to allow that space to clear for you to start traveling that road. All right, I'll see you then, Gemini.